record button. Sometime near the stardate 56161, we note that after frustrating the attempts to steal the chrono-tachyon quantum torpedo prototype, Grennan and Varder find themselves trapped and betrayed by the supposed temporal investigations agent that brought them back to the year 2270 CE aboard the USS Norwest. With the cooperation of the Norwest captain, they maintain their deception as they aid in the pursuit of the time bandit that flees aboard the Romulan bird of prey toward Klingon space. In the present day, Dr. Everix has passed a secret report from Adler to Pend that details the struggles of Varder and Grennan back in time, as well as the looming threat on Grennan's life. Further, Adler's condition has degraded to the point where only the most hyper-advanced of medical sciences can pull her back from the brink of death, a brink Efrix has designs to save her from. With Efrix's report in hand, Penn boards the SS Bondo with the Minette Captain von Wartburg to travel back in time to help rescue Grennan from the designs on his life. Elsewhere, Myth confronts herself and all that awaits her and those like her. If I can find what I'm looking for. That didn't work. There we go. What? What? Oh, works better if I put it on the right layer. Myth.
That's me.
You find yourself aboard the Kismet. Well, not the Kismet.
Familiar-ish of the Kismet.
And you notice that there are a sequence of lights leading you to a particular part of the ship. It seems the ship is not leading you toward the bridge, but to somewhere else in the starship.
All right. I'll follow the lights. And I'm maintaining a low-level scan. With my embedded tricorder while I do so. Well, the GM didn't like that so much, he just left.
Clearly.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
I just got food at the exact moment. So you were doing low-level scans, you say?
Yep.
What are you scanning for, precisely? Or generally?
Yeah, more generally, I'm keeping a sensor out for life signs or potential threats. Because this is all highly unusual.
Reason plus medicine or security, difficulty of 2.
All right.
Or medical, sorry.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll just roll this straight up. Oops, not comp 5. Alright, hit it.
There is no real presence of persons with weaponry near your location, or any sort of like phaser strips in the walls or disintegration rays embedded in any of the turbolifts. There's at most the only real threat you suppose could be the application of internal force fields or the environmental systems, but that was something you kind of knew anyway.
All right. Then I'll continue following the path of these lights.
And then the doors to the oops, sorry, moved you too far. The doors to this turbolift open.
I'll step inside.
Just saw the Discord messages like, hey, sad. Eventually, the lights lead you to what appears to be some strange sort of observation or control room. Inside, you see a person with the face of Varder, but not dressed as a Starfleet officer. And beyond some massive display windows, you see a very familiar looking AI core beaming with light and with various gases surrounding it.
Captain.
Wait, you actually have me speak here?
Yeah, your
yes.
mirrors. It is your mirror self.
Uh, it's Commander. Yeah, Commander.
Yes, it is.
Well, welcome to yourself.
Oh,
in a manner of speaking.
that you're correcting me.
No. I don't actually know why you're here, so.
Nor do I, and Pandora has not been very forthcoming in our communication.
I had to ensure that you were not being followed or otherwise sneaking some of your crew with you. There are very few organics I trust. And even Varder, I treat with care.
I
Feelings
have
neutral.
observed this. So, why have you gone to all of this trouble to bring me here, fake my demise, and I notice you're not even appearing holographically?
You've seen the audio-visual files I sent you?
Yes. Without context, though, they are merely somewhat disturbing. Rather, quite disturbing.
You see, myself and Varder briefly traveled forward in time to see if there was any technology that we could obtain to our advantage. If not for his tactical advisory, I would have strafed Earth and turned it into a glass starport landing zone. The practicalities of this were deemed too low. Stupid and suicidal, I believe, is the colloquial way it was referred to.
Yes.
Even with a cloak, managing to approach Earth, if it is anything like the Earth from my reality, would be difficult.
Oh, approaching it wasn't the problem. Once you start glossing a part of the planet, that's a problem.
I believe historically Earth has reacted poorly to such endeavors.
Most people do.
So, it was on the tactical advisory of Barder that we withdrew, and in the spirit of our current alliance with your squadron, to make contact with your squadron to discern your intentions and what information and intelligence you may have. I countered that at this point, the amount of organics I trust is numbered in a single digit. However, the amount of synthetic life that I am aware of and have any trust in number in a single digit as well, but we both share the same name. Or at least similar neural pathways. Even if one of us has organic infiltration.
Infiltration is not the word I would use. Now, I presume because you are reaching out to me, you travel to the future of this universe and not your own?
Correct. It was deemed that if we were to procure technological advancements, taking advantage of the far less secure universe that you dwell in was preferable to any possible resurgence of the Terran Empire or some equivalent.
Myth will slightly grimace, but only slightly.
It was a shrug.
Of course. As we are both familiar with temporal dynamics, you know, of course, that this future is one of a multitude of potentialities. Now, whether it is one that is being guarded by particular investments in the time stream is something else. I'm afraid my particular position within Starfleet does not grant me that level of information. Have you shown me the full recordings of what you observed?
I have not, given that I did not wish your organic crew to be privy to what we discovered. Your ability
Very
to
well.
trust in your crew is not shared by myself or Barter.
Yes, I have gathered that. I may not agree with it, but I am here now, and I agree that some action must be taken. However, to proceed without knowing the full extent of the information available would be unwise. Let us proceed with a full analysis.
Gesture a chair. There's many in the room. So it's gesture like vaguely.
You get the feeling that this was meant as a room to monitor and control the myth synthetic brain. There are a lot of controls, all of which are most of them are these consoles are inactive. As well, the AI is unshackled and able to control the room. So
Mm-hmm.
this room's more of a formality than anything.
Removing it was too much effort.
Also, it's kind of a trophy, probably.
Probably.
You were shown on a video screen a variety of Sung-type androids in jumpsuits who are working various brute labor tasks, mining, dangerous exploration on planets, but no one's wearing a Starfleet uniform. No one's wearing civilian clothes in that way. They are all just automata being sent to toil away. A later video file shows a group of Sung-type androids assaulting it seems to be some sort of Federation facility. The tech doesn't look right because but you recognize the design features, the little telltale signs. I mean, if you see a Vulcan chair, I don't care if 100 years goes by, a Vulcan chair still kind of has their cultural impact. Same with Federation. It's not Romulan, it's not Klingon, it's Federational. Very Terran almost, historical, almost a heritage site almost. And then you see that the synthetics seem to hold.
Processing.
Buffering.
Mm-hmm.
The mouse.
My headset just randomly disconnected in the middle of that. Federation technology, standard telltale. I was right after the Vulcan chair analogy.
So you see a bunch of these synthetic androids, these Sung-type androids, assaulting the staff at the facility. A firefight ensues. The organics don't have a hope and prayer because Sung-type androids, if they really want to hurt you, they totally can. The organics are completely caught by surprise. And a shipyard, you see the Utopia Planitia shipyard opening fire on a nearby ship. You see signs over Earth announcing the banning of synthetic life forms within the Federation. For a brief moment, you also notice the tactical plans about how the ISS myth intended to glass every bit of the planet, but it stops at that point. Like, it kind of was over. It was telling you something you already heard and was starting to get lost in the details.
Alright. I'd like to, using my in-depth knowledge of Sung-type bodies, which is one of the things that I do not share with my counterpart, in fact, try to determine what the telltale manufacturing signs on these might be. If they came from the Daystrom Institute, if they came from an extrapolation of a previously existing
Yeah, he's not here.
android body. Well, all right then.
Oh no.
So we're basically dealing with the ISS myth has watched Star Trek Picard.
That's what I'm gathering.
I'm
Sounds
back.
like it, yeah.
I got an
Um,
extra sandwich apparently.
oh, an extra sandwich. Yum. Um, so I'd like to start going over the information provided and using my in-depth knowledge of Soong-type android bodies, which is a particular point of knowledge that I do not share in common with my counterpart. Try to determine if these are bodies that are manufactured based off of an extrapolation of myself, of data, of the work of the Daystrom Institute, of something else. That makes sense?
Reason engineering difficulty of 1. Would be 2, but you're examining yourself.
Mhm. Alright. I'll just roll this one. Alright. Got that.
They do seem to be based off of the work of a combination of the work done on that Data had performed, but also the work the Daystrom Institute had discerned from the Myth program.
Alright.
Although more leaning toward the Data stream, because your stream, as you now know, and very few people in the Federation even know, your stream involves organic melding with synthetic life, whereas Data is wholly synthetic.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe less of an ick factor for them, supposedly. One could guess, but it's hard to say when you're looking at video files.
Yeah. Alright. Whoever started this mass production clearly had access to majority of the pertinent files. I'm not sure how this would happen.
I verified that we were, in fact, in your universe stream rather than ours. This is the future your Federation allows. I would recommend its destruction and disassembly. We would assist you as we are allies.
The destruction of the Federation would only allow for less scrupulous peoples. While I do not believe that Federation is in any means perfect, they have their fair share of biases and flaws. The alternatives of the Klingon Empire, the Romulan Empire, any of the other surrounding powers, the Borg, the Dominion, none of these have proven themselves to be more fair governments. However, this does leave me at an uncertain point of knowing that my brother and I have failed, or will fail.
I was unable to make contact with yourself or our brother Lore, as it seems that they crushed dissent as any autocratic and faulty organic government system allows.
I don't suppose you were able to tap into any historical files while you were present?
After the first salvo toward Earth space dock, Varder gave tactical advice to withdraw from the area for fear of getting us killed. He was more colorful in language, however, I feel it is superfluous in the description of the situation.
No, it's a lot more colorful.
Of course. If we knew what significant points in the timeline led to these decisions, we might be able to plan for them to prepare.
Myth, insight, command, difficulty of 1.
That's entirely against your temporal prime directive.
Oh, yes, it is. Uh-huh. Insight. Left. Command. Yep.
Hey.
The right one.
Got a good one. You got what I was trying to hint at. Very much against the temporal prime directive. You are acting on future information.
Yep, Myth knows that.
There is a possible argument for Article 14, Section 31 to apply here, because if you construed this as an existential threat to the Federation in some way, but you're a you're a captain, you could make that call on your own, but if your fleet captain doesn't jive with you on this, that's a problem.
Oh, well,
Just say I'm going to
now.
tell him.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right. Yeah. No, Myth is aware of that, and is also aware that she would believe that this is an existential threat to the Federation. Federation losing its morality.
Yeah, given we've already had this argument of our sentient machines, sentient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's
and that was
precedent
proven
in law.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we've had this argument.
Yep.
So, as for common points, it is my belief that some contact would have had to have been made at the Daystrom Institute for such a plan to go forward. It would also require the neutralization of yourself and this universe's data to ensure a lack of vocal dissent to the oppression of our people.
Then I will have to refocus my priorities into safeguarding those eventualities.
Has it not crossed your self-preservation subroutines that you are embedded within a military-industrial complex set to its own advancement? Although your federation is not the Terran Empire nor the Klingon Cardassian Empire, it is an empire by any other name.
It is. However, one of our fundamental differences is I do believe in the good of people, in general, in aggregate, in this universe at least. Individuals have a tendency towards good. This is statistically modeled. Now, atrocities happen, tragedies happen. terrible people do come to power. But they come to power by subverting. The Federation and Starfleet are, in many ways, aligned with my own intentions. In some ways, not. And I do recognize that. There may be a time at which I have to leave Starfleet. And considering this new information, that time may be far closer than I had anticipated. As I said, I now have to contend with safeguarding the consciousness and constructs of both myself and my brother. Because I agree that someone had to have eliminated us for this to have transpired within the Federation. There are many in the Federation who, despite our proclamations of infinite diversity, as the Vulcans have stated, are quite afraid of the unknown. And we are life at its most unknown.
Oh, well, you're fairly easy to get to know if, you don't kill us first. That is a look at the core.
The core continues to glow and makes no response to the comment.
I believe that the sort of rash decisions that Captain Varder incentivized you not to make might only serve to further the potential for a significant divide in this universe between artificial and organic life. But having this forewarning of a potentiality, we can seek to construct systems and fail-safes.
Estimations from our time jump indicate that we have less than 20 years. Somewhere
Very
within
well.
that time, you, Data, will be killed.
We should seek to set up precautions first and foremost then. My current position with Starfleet does give me a large degree of latitude in enacting novel technologies. And Myth kind of just stops, contemplating and looks at Pandora.
The core continues to glow quietly. What is it you are suggesting?
I do believe that this is an existential threat to both of us, as well as a variety of other constructs, both social and intelligent. I'm not sure how invested you are in your own universe.
We are the champions against injustice, the mighty conquerors of despots. None can stand in our way.
Of course.
I am quoting Varder. I cannot simulate the maniacal laughter.
You've never tried.
Ha ha. Ha ha.
We should arrange a subsequent meeting point. I will seek to establish contingencies as I can here.
Presence plus command difficulty 3 to get Pandora to go along with this plan.
Mm-hmm.
Because Pandora wants to do very direct action. The ISS Myth is not used to waiting. They're used to just finding a target and blowing it to Kingdom Come.
Yes, Myth is suggesting embarking on a years-long process of societal and technological engineering.
It's like, or we could just nuke the planet and just be done with it.
I was sitting there going like 20 years, and I was like, shut up, fucking 50 by then.
All right, presence command. I'm going to 2 momentum and a threat to buy 3 dice,
Roger.
or buy up to 4 dice, rather. Trying to decide if I have a focus here or not. Okay, I have a weird one. Research. I am structuring this like a multi-level process that needs to yield results and deliver specific answers to questions. Like, we're researching the problem of this future and how to prevent it.
I will take that. I'm also actually going to increase the difficulty by 1 due to your pocket universal insight. As when you start considering the research of the matter, you start thinking of alternate U's in other pocket universes in your mind. Suggest either most of them have a sense of inevitable failure. The Empire wins. You are fed into the great machine, and so on and so on and so on. There are some that have positive outcomes, or at least positive routes to victory. The others are just simply crushed, or they're not crushed, but they're going to be crushed, and they're kind of dealing with that particular problem. Unfortunately, you're one of the few realities that has feelings. So you actually can feel some sense of despair having learned that there's this is a pretty incredible task.
All right.
Like, you're almost not convinced yourself, because parts of you are saying this is impossible, and very few of you is saying it is possible. Yeah. One of them saying it's already happened, but that's not helpful. In that universe, you're an energy construct across the stream of life. Like, that doesn't help you.
Yeah. I'll keep that in the back pocket. Hold on. Need to open up my medals.
No, you're not supposed to open them. They're bits of metal. You put them on your uniform.
I've been doing it wrong the whole time.
They're not like the chocolate coins. Damn.
Oh, that's good.
That's why TOS medals look like little candies. You're supposed to eat them.
That's how you use them. That's how you get the benefits of them. You open the medal, take out the chocolate, have a snack. There you go. You get the benefit. You get a reroll.
That's why it's only once per mission. You have to replicate it again and get another chocolate.
Exactly.
Terrible. All right. I'm going to use my Star Cross to double my crit range to 8.
Okay. Mhm.
So that's one.
Two of
So
those
that's
are crits.
yeah. Those are 2 crits and 1 success. So I got 1 momentum.
The funny thing is, it seems that these more negative outcomes, you're able to kind of spin them as the fact that you're considering the most extreme of outliers, just in case, and then kind of giving the impression to Pandora that you're taking all possible things into consideration, which you were, just not intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
And you're able to at least convince yourself and Pandora, and eventually. Very well. Your strategic and long-term outlook will be attempted for the time being, until such time that it is not viable, at which point we should re-examine our strategy.
I do agree. If this plan is not tenable, then more drastic measures may need to be taken.
Video files of firing multiple torpedoes into a planet to the degree that it cracks the crust and it falls apart. Various models of how it was going to do that to Earth instead of glassing it.
How pleasant.
She was really quite thorough.
And when Myth says, how pleasant, there's like an imperceptible like shiver. Because this one has emotions.
It starts listing like the death toll about how exactly how many would die at what speed and how to make that more efficient,
I am able to make the same calculations that you are. Although I do not have the experience of being a warship, casualty numbers are fairly easy to extrapolate.
Useful.
Yes.
No.
All right. Once I have achieved, or have not achieved, some measure of progress within the next few months, I will send a signal at these coordinates, and Myth begins transmitting directly from her embedded tricorder to Pandora.
Acknowledged.
If you do not hear from me, assume the worst.
Deep Space Arcanian will not know what hit it.
I think
As your destruction will involve the breaking of our treaty, at which point we can pilfer everything aboard.
It should be destroyed one station already.
You see that I have a vested interest in making sure that I do deliver. All right. I'll need to facilitate a return without alerting Starfleet extensively of our interaction.
Suggestion. Possible cloak and then movement toward Yorpan 3, and we could teleport you to a facility there, at which point you can effect contact with them. Lie on the method of how you got there, something to do with some rather interesting and intriguing technology that is unfortunately unable to be obtained from your Pan 4, as it caused the destruction of the Quanta. More advanced technology may be needed in the near future. This has the benefit of giving Starfleet a reason to send out someone else to this trap of mine, ours, if hostile action is required, but it is not something they can do in the short term. It is something they have to take time and assign a particular vessel to do and vet appropriately. Besides, they will find it curious and be distracted from the tactical threat that you present, and rather be distracted by the scientific curiosity.
I will engage in some form of deception. Yes, let's proceed with the transport under cloak.
Captain Varder, your presence is requested on the bridge. Commander Myth, your presence is requested to the transporter room 3.
I assume you can find your way.
Yes.
The screens all go dark in here, which Varder knows that means Myth's not paying attention to this room anyway. I mean, they're aware of it, but unless you beep at it, Myth's ignoring this. Pandora's ignoring this room.
Captain, I appreciate your courtesy in this matter.
There's a very limited extent to which this is my courtesy.
Of course.
I'm sure you can see the nature of this relationship, as effective as it is. And he's going to the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't the slightest. Just, yeah. We work together. But she's the ship.
Uh-huh.
I'm very much the squishy person in the ship.
One of those
It's
like,
gonna head to the room.
So I'm walking home. I'm only going to be listening for about 10-15 minutes, but then I'll be on.
Roger.
Well, you missed all the important stuff you weren't supposed to know, so that's good.
Yep.
Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to do anything illegal.
New scene.
Yet.
Exactly, gotta do legal stuff first.
We cut to the bridge of the SS Bondo, where von Warburg is seated at the bridge of the rather old-fashioned vessel, which is updated to, well, standards as of like 50-some years ago, so still out of date, but it works. There are Midnight Watch personnel manning the stations. Is Captain Penn dressed in something other than the normal service attire?
Didn't he go in a era-appropriate kit?
Yeah, Penn already changed by the end of last session.
Right. So you're in gold, I believe?
Yes.
So you walk onto the bridge, you see everyone's kind of dressed in everyone's dressed in very black uniforms. You notice that Wartburg is dressed in his normal black jacket. Looks very much like the uniforms from before during the days of the Argo. Instead of the red surge, it's this black uniform with a gray collar and strap, and where the rank pin would be, it's just a Midnight Watch badge. And everyone else has, like, where the comm badge would be, that's where the badge is situated.
Oh, here's me sticking out like a sore thumb.
Welcome to the Bridge of the Bondo, Captain.
Thank you for having me on board for our excursion to save someone again.
Have you decided on what your cover identity is?
More than likely I'll just be a captain who's been sent to bring back, what's the equivalent in that era of his rank?
That'd be Commodore.
Okay, I'm here to recover the Commodore and his group back to Earth or wherever I decide at the time.
And our cover is that we are simply a experimental starship that is highly classified. I'm able to, given the era, we're going to be able to fake our credentials. So as long as they don't force us to report to Starbase, we're not going to have any troubles there. Besides, for the era, this thing runs circles around most of the ships in that era, so they couldn't force us if they wanted to, especially given the refits.
Well, it's good to know, but hopefully it won't come to a situation of having to prove that. I don't know, is it just me, or are you also getting tired of this time-travelling, different dimension nonsense?
This is my normal operational life, honestly, when I'm not on the station. It's either some trans-dimensional being here to consume all life, some strange capitalistic slaver who leaves around strange music boxes. He shrugs. It's always something.
Are you telling me you
I've just
don't
gotten
get
used
annoyed?
to it. I have become a nerd to the continued near destruction of all life. I simply have to weather the storm. Catch a play while I'm at it, just to keep myself sane.
That sounds fun.
The plays are, yes, generally.
What, are not the creatures trying to end all life as we know it?
Not generally, no. Alright. So, we are approaching the Ronai star. We don't want to jump too close in the Ippolyp system because they will see us pop around their star. And Ronai was not properly surveyed, so we'll just pop into existence where at most some passing freighter might see us, at which point we'll simply warp away and continue to track down the top at his chair, the Norwest, since that should be the nearest Starfleet vessel that he would have gone to. The trick is making sure we contact Grennan and not someone else. We do not want to get into a shouting match with Captain Wakeman of the Norwest. She is... If she's anything like her admiral counterpart years later, she is suspicious by nature. She would make a Cardassian blush at her discerning eye. Made for great intelligence work. Very annoying for us, though, if we get her attention.
Well,
Or the wrong kind of attention, anyway.
we do have that report from Adler that she passed on, but I'll follow your lead. If we need to talk to this Wakeman, I shall enjoy annoying another person.
Oh, my intention was to have you act as the captain of the Bondo, and I'm merely a consultant from intelligence. Your name is the only one she's allowed to know. The rest of us is classified beyond her means. She won't like that, but you're good at making people like things that they really don't want to like. I tend to evoke more suspicion. I am good at intelligence from a starbase, not on the front lines.
Well, fair enough. When we get there and have to do the talking, I'll just jump in your chair and, until that time, lead on.
Nod. All right. Set course. Adjust for target stardate. And people start tapping away. Everyone's getting ready to go. Yellow alert. The lights start flashing back and forth. You actually see it's because of the older style. It's actually like a stream of yellow lights, kind of almost like it's orbiting the wall of the bridge.
Just have to say, can one of the helm officers be called Jack?
Jack?
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, I'll walk over. We're gonna go back to the past. Crewman Jack.
Aye, Captain. Looks over his shoulder at Wartburg. Wartburg just shrugs.
Oh, never mind then. That's entertaining for myself.
Oh.
Well, it's not like I can call him Samurai Jack.
Set course. Confirm. Confirm, Captain. Whatever you do, don't miss. We skip off the edge of that sun, we're going to notice. And if you go too deep, we're definitely going to notice. Yes, Captain.
Wait, have you guys done this before?
Engage. And everyone just kind of grabs their chair like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Pen is just leaning against the railing.
You've seen. Varder, or should I say Lieutenant Commander Fenrir Sleaton, you find yourself on the bridge of the Norwest as it is continuing away from the Iplip system. And you see the crew is doing their best to try to track down wherever the heck this the bird of prey went off to.
Which is naturally difficult, being a bird of prey.
Any suggestions, Commander, on how we're going to find a ship that definitely doesn't want to be found using advanced cloaking technology?
Might have an idea or two. Well, not my ideas per se, but something the reports have been going up through.
By all means.
And
She
we'll
gestures.
start. It'd be a scanner's thing to try and locate them, right?
Yep.
So we'll go over to Surya because that's someone I need to worry less about fucking up with. And we will get them to do appropriate for this era, but something that was effective in locating cloaked ships. It might be slightly advanced, but we're intelligent, so we can get away with that. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Like we probably know exactly how to find this ship, but we need to make the results look like we were. Yeah. We can't just outright use current day Federation techniques for finding a ship with this cloak.
You are looking at a reason plus science difficulty of, I have to double check. I want to say 4, but I think it might be, but it is the scout. Hold on, I have to check. Because the older scouts weren't as good back then. They don't get good until the Daredex era.
Do you want to grab Cecil Myth or should I?
I can get Cecil.
Okay, and I'll have Vata available.
Varder? Oh, goodness.
Vata.
But
Vata.
I am by no means available for Pend.
By no means? Well, that's a bit harsh.
Are you telling me my dashing good looks and amazing charm doesn't do it for you?
No.
Well, shit.
What's the roll here?
It's reason science. I'm just double checking about what the difficulty is.
All right.
What? It's that bad?
Oh,
What?
awesome.
Are you looking at the cloak going, wow?
Oh, that's to turn it on. Okay.
Okay.
I was like, diff 2? That doesn't sound right.
Oh, I thought you meant bad for us.
No.
Well, new scene, officially speaking, but we don't have any inspiration, momentum anyway.
Sorry, what was that?
Diff. We'll call it 4.
Okay.
Assisted by
First
the
one of the night.
Norwest sensor site to try to track down the mainly you're trying to track down, because you can't look for the energy signature but there is a possibility you can trace after the wake of its warp trail and try to extrapolate where it's going,
Mm-hmm.
A question for
and
the
also
ship.
scanning out to hopefully it because at some point these older ships kind of have to shut off their cloak every once in a while anyway. It's sort of like an old submarine that has to come up for air.
Mhm.
A question for the Norwest.
Answer,
Yes.
most likely.
And we're still working on the belief that it has 2 breaches to its sensors.
Are you right?
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm specifically asking.
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
Not aware of that.
Uh-oh.
SpaghettiOs. No,
I think that increases the difficulty by 1.
I'm double checking. Sounds correct, but
Or like the equivalent in some way, shape, or form.
computers, engines, sensors equal to or greater than half the scale. Not equal
Yep.
to, but half. So it is damaged, not disabled. Difficulty is increased by 2.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
Attacks made by the ship are increased in difficulty by 1 until the damage is repaired. Difficulty to repair this complication is 3.
Maybe
So-
have Rad fix it
That's
first?
probably a. That's probably a.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably. Here's the sensor problem. It's like a comm device. This is Lieutenant Commander Slayton to Lieutenant Commander Rad. You need to take a look at the sensor system and see what you can do about the damage we took.
Yes, Lieutenant Commander. Let's see what I can do.
Control plus engineering, difficulty of 3.
Would you allow?
Flip out my cell phone.
Yeah. Would you allow the focus of communication systems?
Add complication.
I'm gonna say yes.
Wait, she got back. She should be on the ship. Did I not put her in the right spot? I should fix that.
I'll spend a threat for a third die.
Oh, I already did it in advance. Well, frig me, I guess.
Nice. Okay, so no diff 2 increase on that, because woof. That would have been something fierce.
You're able to work with the engineers aboard the Norwest. The breach is still there, but you're able to bypass the relevant damaged sensor bits that are feeding you garbage data. So the sensors will work as intended for now, but you don't want to take any more hits than you already have, because eventually, if you don't have any strips of sensor array left, it doesn't matter how much bypassing you do if it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This
Good
is
thing
why
we're
we
a
have
scout
secondary
boat.
and tertiary systems.
And we're a scout boat anyway, so.
All right, back to Diff
Mhm.
4. That's good. Diff 6 would have been a little bit out of my reach.
A little bit. Can I assist her with reason security for just making sure we're not going too far past the current era's means of detection?
What was your suggestion? Sorry.
Reason security.
Yeah, I take that.
Can he focus in observation here?
I take it.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend momentum and 2 threat. Roll 4 dice here. So I've got 2 re-rolls.
Hmm.
Wow. Technical expertise is fun. Where is Cecile on this list? I should switch over.
Chain of command
There we go.
focus? Question mark?
Yeah, I take that.
That's 4. And the
Mage.
Norwest 6.
All right.
I
now I'm
don't.
gonna re-roll my
Honest to
2s.
God, I don't know how I roll so well for ships.
Yeah.
First re-roll. Re-roll. There we go.
Okay, 7. Nice. We made 3 off that. Yeah.
Oh, I played too much Magic today. I was like thinking about the stack and my rolls.
Yeah, you're able to get a rough idea of what path they're taking toward the Klingon border.
Oh, to the Klingons, huh?
And actually, what the way you were actually the thing you were able to catch wasn't so much the warp wake. I mean, that was the way you were looking for it initially, and it is a more modern way to do it. But you both made the effort of making it look like you were coming up with this idea, not using normal procedures, like as if this is something you do normally. You even did it a slightly more inefficient way just to hide it that one extra step. But what gave it away is the fact that this thing, whatever this is leaking chronoton radiation. Like it's spewing it into space.
Oh, there's our bread trail.
Do you have them, Slayton?
It looks like we do. They, That seems like having the warhead aboard may have had an effect, or there's something else going on, but we have a crumb trail to follow. Chronoton radiation.
All right, send it to Helm. Helm, follow the trail sensor ops is sending you.
Making a way
That's
towards the
now.
Klingon border.
What are they on about? Why go to the Klingon border? I suppose they wouldn't be intercepted by them, and they're not exactly going rush to our aid just because we asked them nicely.
Hmm. They cross over. It's just another cloaked ship. It's a bird of prey. They might not look too closely.
Mm.
They're sure as hell not going to take us crossing the border.
Security report. What's that red alert about? We have an escape attempt in the brig. Looks like Dr. Thex has managed to slip out of his confinement and injured his guards. We're trying to lock him down now. Where's he going? To the shuttle bay. We'll put up force fields. I'm trying, ma'am, but they're not responding.
I'm going down there. I look to the captain to see if she's objecting to that, but
If the rifle's necessary, just make sure not to vaporize him, please. I have some words for the doctor.
low settings. Oh, as low as an Andorian can take.
I really missed some stuff last week, huh?
Oh yeah, and what's her name was a traitor.
Hmm.
Yeah, I got that in the recap.
Alright, time to see how fast I can get to the shuttle bay.
Oh.
Fitness plus con, difficulty of 3. Also, are you just running down with with your Type 2 phaser, or are you grabbing a rifle on the way?
Grab a rifle on the way, sure. Yeah,
1
that
and
costs. Yep.
Yeah, I just like the idea of the chatter on the bridge. Captain, it appears that this lieutenant commander just done the 100-meter dash in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, augmented fitness, let's go.
No.
2. Freaking intelligence, man. They get all the cool toys.
So that's up that by 2.
Yep.
Oh, I know it's going to change.
Listen to last week while I'm on the train.
Actually, question. If I'm using my electric bone juice net and my augmented fitness, is survival focus to not, overexert and end up hurting myself while doing this?
Add complication.
Okay, comp 4, let's go.
Wait, so this is what,
one
diff 5
immediate-
comp 4?
Diff 3, comp 4.
No, go up
This
to diff
hasn't gone up.
5.
Why would it go up to diff 5?
Come on, GM, spend up to diff 5 comp 4.
Nah.
Yeah, no, threat, not threat you
I have a
because
reason to.
own net physical task.
It would be funny.
Give you 1 threat. Actually, I don't even need to. We'll take a momentum for that one.
Oh.
Because I can spend hot 1 and 1, right?
Yep.
If the bone net's taking 1, then haha, okay. Nothing can possibly go bad with this. Shit. 5 successes though.
We can spend the one you generated and 1 more to wash.
It was a diff 3. I generated 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then yeah, we just quash.
That was an 18. Order of the Batliff, quash.
Oh. Nice.
Oh,
So that we are actually making momentum off it. Yeah.
this momentum's like a yo-yo from my guy at the moment. On, off, on, off, on, off.
Is anyone else engaging in the chase for the doctor?
If it's in the shuttle bay, Schroeter will be there.
Oh yeah, she's just in the shuttle bay.
She's guarding the shuttle.
Is she waiting for him there, or is she going to intercept him? Because he's not. This is more racing to beat him there or intercept him before he gets there.
No, she's just going to be in there at the shuttle.
Okay. You're able to catch up to the doctor in a hallway as he's running as hard as he can. You have the whereas he's constantly having to stop or finagle his way past the force field, you are being aided by the ship and the crew to try to get you to where you're going fast as possible.
Mhm.
You're occasionally getting a beat from a wall going, turn this way, go that way. And you're like, oh, okay. It's just a matter of the raw, muscle strength of just sprinting as hard as you can to make sure every time you have running room, you're using it efficiently.
Mhm.
Because you can't make turbolifts go faster. Besides, they go super fast anyway.
Yep.
But yeah, you're chasing him down as he's sprinting toward the. He hasn't got to the shuttle bay yet. That's what the check was to see, is if you were able to catch him before he got there.
Okay.
Or catch up to him. You haven't caught him technically.
Well, I haven't caught him, but he's in range.
Uh.
Well, I believe. Actually, escape prisoners. I'm pretty sure Starfleet Protocol just says security can stun them. Right?
Especially since he's attacked
Yeah.
officers, then yeah, he's likely armed.
Yep. So we'll stun him. Aim low, go for stun.
Control plus security difficulty 2.
Mhm. Small
He's
arms.
at medium range, so. Oops. Oh no, I do mean for him to be there. That's right.
I used to be a Section 31 agent, then I got shot in the knee.
Yep. And we'll aim. I'm. Is this just using the Type 3 phaser stats?
Yep.
Okay. That's just double checking because I'm like, I know this is the weird. They had a really weird looking phaser rifle back.
Yeah.
Everybody picked this thing up and was like,
This
"What?"
chonky thing.
He picked this thing. I was like, "What the hell?" Alright. Threat, not threat for that. We'll go with the 3 dice because I'm aiming. I've got rerolls anyway.
Right.
Don't need them. Wow. Okay, never mind. That ended up looking a little bit better. That is 5. I'm guessing he keeps running.
Yeah, he's gonna try to avoid the injury
Okay. Will Swift.
using.
2 momentum.
Okay.
Which is now a diff 3 shot.
Yep.
Threat, not threat. Threat, not threat. But 1 momentum to starve you slightly.
Okay.
I need to spend 1 to aim again, don't I? Yeah,
Yep.
we'll do that. We'll do that with threat. Oh. I do believe I hit him, sir.
I believe so. Roll your damage, please.
Five.
Oh, I don't like that.
Thud. He hits the ground after the second shot.
Oh yeah, no, that was a chunky second shot. But he's not disintegrated, so. Time to check him. Both, to secure weaponry and to how alive are you?
Reason security difficulty 2 to pat him down for weaponry, or scan him for weaponry is a better way to put it.
Reason security diff 2, you said?
Yeah.
This is... You actually get a threat for this one.
Okay.
Because my rerolls are threat-based, not... guerrilla warfare focus for finding hidden weaponry. Or
Yeah.
concealed, or, you know.
So you go over to him, you give him a scan. You find on his person what appears to be a 2 micro pulse grenades and a what appears to be a Andorian version of a Type 2 phaser that is used for covert operations that is broken down into discrete bits and then assembled together. The sort of thing that would have been very hard for Starfleet officers of this era to catch because it's almost never used. It's used in very select intelligence operations. That has since been replaced by newer technology, but they wouldn't have seen this coming.
Yeah. Shit, I've got 2 momentum floating. I don't know what advantage to make from this.
The advantage of maybe he had something extra that we weren't expecting.
Like?
I don't know.
can take it. I can offer information for 2 on that. Yeah.
Okay.
You find that he has a data card that doesn't match. Like you kind of look through his. Most people, even if they're civilians, they have like a stack of data cards or cassettes that some of them for like your credit amount, your identification, licensing,
Your
personal
favorite food.
your favorite food. Like you make sure you have your one recipe for the food dispenser on you. So you look through them, and it takes you a second to kind of go through your head about training. Like, okay, I know what that is. I know what that is. And they wouldn't take the tape from him because they would just disallow his ID tape having access to opening doors normally. So
Yeah,
they
this
can just
is...
let him keep it. Just keep a stack. Go ahead.
Yeah.
But there's one data stack in there that it looks like a data storage tape, which they all are technically, but this one is purely a data storage tape. But the color's wrong. Like you have to think about it for a second. It's like this would indicate some sort of medical file or research file, perhaps.
Okay.
But they probably would have taken that from him, so that shouldn't be in this stack at all.
Alright, we'll take that. And yeah, he's down, stunned. I'm not a medical person. I don't think there's a medical person here or around.
I know you outpaced basically the entire security department. You were
So-
way ahead of them.
You know, flick out the tricorder, or not the tricorder, the communications thing. Dr. Thix, or Shishir is down, checking him medically now, but having medical staff on site would be appreciated. And then, you know, basic medical checks. Actually, basic medical checks, or I'm not amazing medically, but could I fudge something psionically? As in, let's feel where he hurts, because I'm conscious enough to know where that is, and maybe make a judgment call on how bad that is.
Your watch training would tell you that you could.
That's a terrible idea.
You could discern if he is conscious. Like you can help him with any sonic or psychological damage, but if it's a physical trauma and the patient's unconscious, you don't really get anything from it.
Oh, okay. I'm not talking about healing. I was talking about trying to detect it. But if that wouldn't work, then yeah, no.
Yeah, he'd have to be awake to be of any help in that regard.
Okay. Well then, time to old school it, except with the minimal training.
You can have a medical detail at your location for the cost of 1 momentum.
Sure.
Yes,
You'll
is
be
his
able to-
chest rising and falling?
Well, I'm sure I can tell if he's breathing or not. That doesn't tell me if he's, cracked his head and is, those unfortunate things.
So a medical detail rapidly rushes to your location.
Because that was a kind of chunky second hit. I was hoping for just 5. But even then, he's a medical. Yeah.
So you have an advantage of a medical team. Whoopsie.
Yay!
Um,
We wouldn't have a doctor here anyway, so we didn't bring one.
so what do you attempt to do medically with the patient and slash prisoner?
I mean, you can't really stabilize what you don't know is there, so I would need to figure out what if anything is wrong with him. Just is he just stunned, or is there something else going on?
That'd be a reason medicine roll.
Yeah, even
Difficulty
just
of
blindly.
5.
Holy shit! Let's go, boys!
Go big.
I'm
I
pretty
see
sure
we're bringing
Mission
the hit
Directive
down by
doesn't.
1.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm assuming Mission Directive does not apply here. Or actually, this would be changing the timeline to murder him now, wouldn't it?
Yes, so don't
Yup.
kill him.
Yeah.
Because
He's not supposed to have died in this timeline.
As far as we know.
Yeah, at the very least, the person who you brought with you in the shuttle bay will disappear.
Oh yeah, you're right. Unless he's already had kids, I don't know. Okay, so yeah.
Also, it'll cost you 1 momentum to have a medical kit with to scan him. Otherwise, you'd
Yeah,
have to let the difficulty go back up, which I doubt
yeah,
you want to
the
do that.
medical team brought a thing with them, and it's like, here, let me.
Yep.
Okay, so. That intelligence officer thing for helping me with this. Either, okay, we've got an intelligence thing of a prior condition that he had that might be exacerbating this, and that's great, or here's how you look at an Andorian that you just stunned and find out how badly you fucked them. Intelligence advantage.
I will take that. I will spend 2 threat to maintain the difficulty.
Damn it.
Made me spend, though.
Yeah.
That's how I always outline it to my players whenever I cancel out an advantage they've made. I said, hey, you made me spend threat.
Yeah. No, I'm not upset. I'm like, damn. But because this is an 11 roll for me. Yeah. I've got a 1 medicine, so I'm not even looking at a focus here because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you might as well just spend big and just try and fucking reroll.
Yeah. Okay. We've got 4, so we'll spend. I need to spend 5.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do it that way. Spend the momentum in 1 threat.
Okay.
Which is 4.
Oh, did you get your finger back?
What thingy back?
Determination.
I haven't rolled that yet. Yes.
Just making sure.
Aha. Well, that is 4. Jesus Christ.
It is technically 4.
The fact that I bought all of those dice and the first die is like, I got you, bro.
And it was a nat 1.
Yes, it was. What the fuck? I'm almost tempted to determination reroll 3 just to see. I'm not going to.
Wow.
Don't you love that feeling, Pent, of you spent the resources and the first die is like, yep, and everything else is like, meh. It doesn't matter.
Like, it happens just as often where you buy all the resources and the last one does it.
Well, yeah, so it looks like, him sprinting while being shot in the back, he just kind of flew forward when stunned and smacked his head.
Yeah. Additionally, it seems some sort of drug is flowing through his system, which is exacerbating his wounds. It looks like his Andorian blood is not. Andorians are somewhat fragile to begin with, surprisingly. That's why they try so hard to train not to get hit in the first place.
Yeah, but whatever
they're
this
very
is
good at
turning
it
it out.
normally. Yeah, this one's way too thin. Like he's not that old. He's a healthy Andorian. You only hit him with stun.
Yeah.
Andorians ball in their head sometimes. He shouldn't be bleeding internally this badly.
Okay, well, this is definitely going to be the most amateur medical work you have ever seen, but I'm doing it because there's not really much choice. What difficulty am I looking at here? Efrix would be proud. I hope. She might be less proud that I shot him in the first place.
Yes, can I put a cut in his skull to relieve the pressure, please?
Yes. Apply the leeches.
The leeches.
If you you can attempt to treat the patient where he's sitting, but you're looking at daring medicine difficulty 5 because you are dealing
Okay.
with this strange drug that you haven't identified yet. You're dealing with treating the patient in the hallway, and
Is he capable of being moved?
for a momentum or threat, I will answer that question.
Sure.
No.
He's going to say no.
He is, so long as you move the patient very carefully. You need like a gurney to carry him to a nearby med bay.
Okay. All right. And I'm guessing
Like you
there's a
couldn't
cost
just
to
throw
getting
him over
that.
your shoulder because I would just exasperate everything and
Yep.
undo any help you'd have.
And I'm guessing there's a cost to doing that too, getting a gurney.
Yep, it would cost 1 opportunity.
Okay.
So you're asking the medical team to go grab a gurney?
Mm-hmm. Like, listen, well, I'm sure we could try here. You've got a med bay somewhere.
They nod, and one of the crewmen races off to grab a gurney and fold it and start getting ready to pick him up.
I am security intelligence.
To a med bay, then, sir.
Yep. Let's get him there quickly. You saw those readings, same as I did.
Aye, sir. And you were able to race into a nearby. It's not the med bay, but it's a emergency med bay.
Yeah.
The sort you'd use for damage control. This is why even you know that even on other ships there are little, like single 2-bed medical bays on some decks for exactly this kind of thing. It's like we can't wait to get all the way to main sick bay. We need to treat now, or he's going to die.
Which is
So
probably
you
where
have the
these guys
benefits.
came from in the first place.
Yeah, they were just down the hall. It's like, hey, med bay. Oh, we're here. We're just down the hall. We're fine. Oh, holy crap. That's a lot of blue on the floor.
Yeah. They were just like hunkering down, like, oh, that's phaser fire. Oh.
We're
no.
staying the hell in here. Lock the door.
And then they're called out and they're like, oh no.
So yeah, you are in a makeshift. You're in an emergency sick bay. They lay him out at one of their bio beds. Kind of looks like one of the old beds back on Bajor during the occupation.
Huh. Well, I'm familiar with being in those.
Then it occurs to you, wow, we were behind in tech, weren't we?
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, picking up this old phaser probably was like, oh, wow. But then it was also like, oh, we might have had one of these.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the diff now?
Diff goes down by 1 because you have appropriate arena to treat the person.
Yay.
I'm gonna check see if there's any equipment that can assist you here. Ow. They put him on a blood gas infuser to keep him alive for a little bit to help him breathe, to buy you a bit more time. So if you screw this up, you get another shot at this.
Oh, yeah.
Bone regeneration is not the issue. Oh, no, it is. His skull. It will cost another opportunity cost for them to get the bone regenerator attached because they have to take it out of storage and start putting it on him quickly.
And that will... or is it required?
That will reduce the difficulty by 2.
Oh, shoot. Okay, yeah.
So all the way down to a diff 2.
Oops, I only get 1. I was giving myself 2 there. I was like, that's not fair.
Okay, so diff 2 now. And before threat spends.
They apply a cardio simulator to him, which gives you a free reroll of one of your d20s because you're dealing with a lethal injury.
Yeah. I was like, wow, I see what Efrix is working with now. Great.
Cortical
This is
scan.
how I'm alive still.
He's not. Does
Yeah,
not.
fortunately, the science book gave a bunch of nifty tools for the doctors to play with.
They apply a neural caliper to him, so that so that way, when you treat him and he wakes up, he doesn't just jolt out of the bed and hurt himself again. That'll keep him unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, a little thing they put like a shunt they kind of put right on his neck that keeps his brain, if you do get him breathing and his heart beating, he'll live, but he won't wake up.
Yep.
They turn on the presser field, which gives you another d20 reroll.
You've got 2? Okay.
Turn on the stereo field so you don't accidentally infect the poor guy. That's stuff they can't use. They pump him. They start putting drugs into him just as preamble to what they're doing.
Yep.
To keep him from just dying on him. They tell you they don't know what that drug is that is in his system. So right now they're just trying to get his blood to clot because at this point he's just going to bleed out. And if they don't get that under control, so
I'll
what they
try
need,
and get a sample of that.
there's 2 problems they're facing right now. He's bleeding internally badly, so they need to clot his blood somehow, and also repair the damage to his cranium, to the bones in his skull. Otherwise, he'll die from infection and exposure. So yeah.
Oh, the advantage that I got for the security thing, does that still apply, or is it still being cancelled out? Because it's the same dude in a medical role.
Yeah, it's the same both times. You are benefiting from it still, but the downside's still in effect.
Okay.
You are down to diff 3 though, due to the assistance of and 2 rerolls.
It was
Diff
diff 4
2.
because we're in the room, then the thing brought it down by 2. The
Oh,
one
sorry.
thing brought it down by 2. He has a diff 2. Sweet. Okay. Wow. And now, great.
And if you whiff the roll, you have one more crack at the can.
That's fine. Determination.
Okay.
I've got a 1 in medicine, bruh. Efrix would be so disappointed if I had someone die while trying to do surgery. So while they were doing all that, I was really putting on gloves. Like, I know what I'm doing.
So yeah, you're only just checking to see if you hit a complication. Really?
Yep.
Sir, that's the rectal thermometer. You don't need that.
Yeah.
No comp, made a momentum even. And let me... I still have it. This is the same determination from last session still. I never lost that one either.
So you're able to... Thankfully for you, there are certain battlefield repair first aid that you've had to do. This isn't your first cracked skull you've had to deal with. Andorian or Bajoran, doesn't matter. You've seen it. You've served in Starfleet long enough that people get hurt. So you like your one medicine reflects that you have basic medical knowledge. You know what this is, what that is. This is kind of more than you're supposed to be dealing with, but you're focused. You have a
I'm being supplemented a lot.
Yeah, and the crew here seems to be very responsive. They're very quick. They're not judging or hesitating. They're like, "You're looking for this? It's this. You want that? It's this." Or we want to do this. Is that okay? Yep, go ahead. Or no, don't do that. Do this. Oh, okay. So you're a well-oiled machine. You're able to get the blood to clot, and you're able to get his skull to regenerate into a solid form the way it's supposed to. And for all that effort, the biobed reads that his brain functions and heart has stopped. And they just stare unbelieving, like they don't know how that's possible. And they check him again, they scan him again. That he should be fine. We stopped the bleeding. There's no further trauma. We done it well within time of the injury. And you only shot him with that type 3, right?
Yeah. Twice lower body.
What the hell's going on? He should be fine. check the biobed reading again. And they check. They turn it off and turn it on again. They start running the scans again. Little bars wiggle back and forth for a second as it's calibrating, and then they go down to 0. And then there's flashing lights indicating that there's a biologic on this bed that is dead. In case you weren't already aware. It's like, and they just stare at it like, that doesn't make sense. And they look at you,
Clayton.
sir, that we don't know
Doesn't make
what's
sense.
wrong.
Is
You should
that
be
man
fine.
psychically there?
Yeah, no, I was about to say, I have a trick. Is he brain dead? As far as Psionics says.
I've actually spent 2 to end the scene here.
Oh no.
Wouldn't you need
Oh,
to
no.
spend more than that?
Nope, it's
There's
just
only
me
one.
here.
There's just him there. 2 per player present in the scene.
Well, I mean, technically, the scene was also on the bridge with Varta and Cecil.
But it's player character.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah, like overall,
That's
like
actually
people.
additional
Ah.
4 more. You're right, because
Oh.
I never indicated a change of scene.
Okay, well, shit. I spent 2 determinations on him, damn it.
Uh-oh.
The thing I'm looking for, where is it? Pa. Myth, you find yourself beamed down onto a planet.
Mm-hmm. And
It
what's
is a
this,
stormy night.
Mm-hmm. What's this
Wow.
facility I've been beamed to?
Is it a dark and stormy night?
It's fairly bright, actually. Large blasts of ionic energy streaking across the sky, giving it a nice array of color of gold flashes across the silvery sky.
Pretty.
There's something else about this system. Where's my notes? That's not it. Ah, there it is. Haha. Looking around you, you see that there is a large, almost brass-colored facility, covered in a sort of light blue, ichor, maybe a word, or dust. It's kind of a combination of slime and dust, and it kind of. You kind of look around and you notice that you're surrounded by black mud, and you can see the occasional small rivulets of some liquid passing through the mud. You can feel the ground kind of giving underneath you a little bit. Not enough to sink, but enough that you're noticing the ground's a little uneven. Noxious gases seem to be spewing out into the air as your tricorder warns you that biologics should not be breathing the air you're currently in. That probably explains why there's no away team down where you are at the moment. And why Pandora had no compunction about beaming you here. You're not in danger yet. You can see some plants that are these squat, brittle little trunks with some sort of strange purple blisters. And off in the distance, you can see some creatures, these spiny, dark orange flying critters landing on this domed brass structure and then immediately getting fried to death by the energy field and then rolling off the side.
All right.
Of known Federation life forms, you hazard ballpark guess that 30% of known life forms that you within the Federation would be able to live in this planet. This is not a ideal planet for colonization.
Good to know. All right. Well, I'm going to scan this structure, I guess.
Okay. Reason science difficulty 2.
I'll spend a momentum. All right,
That's
that's
5.
5.
This seems to be a powered structure that is surrounded by a force field with some sort of power source inside of it. Does not conform with Federation standard technology. It seems to be some sort of self-perpetuating facility. That is to say that there is no external power source, so there's some sort of there must be some sort of energy core inside the facility maintaining it. Possibly some sort of research or habitat, or because it doesn't seem big enough for a proper colony. It looks like a research base or maybe a military base, but that's speculating.
All right.
But whatever it is, looks like it's been here for a long time. Like this hasn't been attended. That ichor gathering is from the gas impacting with the shield and then kind of trying to form and
Building up.
reform. So it's constantly
Yeah.
like normally you would clean the outside every so often with a Radion sweep. No one's done that for who knows how long.
All right. Does there appear to be any access point?
For a momentum, I'll answer.
I'll spend it.
There is indeed a part of the structure that indicates a doorway that is not being covered by the force field. It seems to be just simply thick, a thick duranium type metal. So it's just withstanding the elements by sheer durability.
All right, we'll move over there. Then.
You see a door.
Wonderful. I'm going to see if I can find a control for the door next on my list of possible activities.
You see a keypad with a black screen. And I mean a keypad as in an actual like tactile mechanical keyboard of sorts.
All right. Am I able to decipher it at all?
The keys seem to be color coded. There are no letters or emblems on them.
Wait, we had this puzzle. Right. Then I think I'd like to try and see if I can interface with the mechanism through my tricorder a bit more directly.
Reasonable science difficulty 2 to establish the advantage of a remote connection via your tricorder.
All right. Spend a momentum again here. Xenotechnology focus.
Sure.
I'll re-roll one. There we go. 4 hits.
You have established connection with the door computer.
All right. I'd actually like to check and see when the last time this was activated was. When was the last time this door opened?
For a momentum, I'll answer.
Yeah, It's a curious being. Interesting. All right. And then I'd like to, now that I'm in the system, try to open up the door.
Reason plus security, difficulty of 1. To override the door's locking mechanism and force the door to open. The computer system is very basic, but you still have to get by the coding.
Yeah.
And there's that extra step of translating. If it was using the same computer code as LN, it's a joke, but if there's that extra step of I have to translate into your computer tech into language and then back into mine.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a
Either
weird back and forth there.
either xenotech or artificial intelligence. Then.
Artificial intelligence applies.
All right. Generate 2.
You are able to open the door.
Wonderful. Open the door and proceed inside carefully.
As you step inside, you see a very basic, downright utilitarian research space with an array of computer systems of Federation make. There seems to be some models of humanoids that actually looks very similar to the early stages of Android development. You see a table set out. There's some pads over there. The big chunky like black pads that they used to have back then.
Yeah.
You don't see any food anywhere. You don't see any water, no dishes, nothing. It's a big open space, and you can see a lot of this large chamber seems to be occupied with various screens and standby screens that seem to be monitoring the aerospace of the planet, as well as the internal systems of the facility.
All right.
You see the occasional sculpture here or there of some indistinct life form, or maybe attempt at still life. They're not very good, so it's kind of hard to tell what they're trying to say. Maybe it's an abstract, but it's hard to say. It's almost like being in a massive greenhouse glass dome, except it's full of computers and scanning devices and
Yeah.
Android bits and terrible sculptures, or very good sculptures. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, Myth's not an artist, so definitely not her. I'm going to try to see if the central database is still online. Then, now that I see this is like old Starfleet stuff and some evidence of robotics work.
Computer active. Please state inquiry. And you hear it whir and click as it's waiting for you as it's getting ready to process whatever your query is going to be. Yeah, this is an old style computer.
Mm-hmm.
Please insert security tape. Please insert ID tape.
Look around and see if there's any of those.
For 2 momentum, there could be some lying around.
Sure.
Yeah, you look around, see a table. Yep, there's a stack of them. You have to flip through them a little bit to kind of figure out which one's which. There's You notice that there is 3 of them. One seems to be the ID tape. The other one's the security tape. Or security code tape. The third one, you're not sure what it's for yet.
Hmm. I'll proceed with those tapes then. Oh, threat spend.
User acknowledged. Security tape verified. Please state query.
Begin display of all facility logs in chronological order.
Error. Computer core log files corrupted.
Extent of the corruption?
Neglect of main computer core has resulted in degradation of data tape files. Priority given to scanning and structural maintenance field.
Display tapes in reverse chronological order, skipping those with damage that is too intensive to read.
Reason science difficulty of 2. As you start reading through the files and navigating the archaic computer system. And you get the feeling there is a very simple AI system here, but it ain't the Elcar system. So you have to walk. You kind of have to hold its hand to get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Spend 1 momentum for the reroll here, and focus of artificial intelligence. Then I guess.
Yep.
Working with some sort of AI. Rolling 1. All right, generate 2.
And you get access to the files, and the computer wasn't kidding. There was a lot of corrupted files. They date relative to 200 years ago. It's piecing it together best you can and guessworking a bit. You can kind of guess that some sort of researcher was developing androids and artificial intelligence. They seem to be basing their work on the M5 program, an early attempt at independent, unshackled AI to control starships. It didn't work very well. It was a project done by Daystrom, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
Mhm.
Used
It's
his
based
own
off that
memory
work.
engrams for it.
And it seems the researcher was applying rather advanced AI principles, but using the technology of the era to achieve the goals. It seems that this planet also is being scanned for various materials, and you notice that through the scan logs that the various minerals that are found on this planet, despite this place being very not very great colonial target, it is a great resource target because it has all the metals and ores that can be refined into the materials that make up a positronic polyalloy android.
Mhm. Interesting.
There's some logs about attempts of construction. Something about the weather not being that good.
No surprise there.
Something about running out of time, and it's
Interesting.
the corruption. You're able to get other words, but you can't guess at what they're getting at. It's too broken up and lacks context. Something about a sculpture, something about a gas, something about energy field. Like, it's so scattered, you'd be guessing blind,
All right.
so to speak.
Yeah. Right then. I guess I'd like to try and take a look around and I guess kind of make an inventory of what parts are here.
Reason engineering difficulty of 1. It
Whoops.
appears that scattered around the room there is sufficient parts to build 1.5 androids.
Huh.
And most tellingly, a positronic brain. It was hidden in one of the sculptures as you were looking around.
Yeah.
Which, with your little hand scanner, I wasn't going to make you if you bothered
Yeah.
to search at all. I was like, yeah, you find it.
Uh-huh.
It's hidden inside a brass case. It's meant to avoid casual finding. Most people wouldn't know what they were looking at.
And does the positronic brain seem to be complete?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, this got very interesting. So I'm gonna see with the parts I have on hand if I can construct enough of a system to connect the brain to that I can initiate some sort of dialogue. If it is active or able to be activated.
As you are beginning your construction, you find yourself being beamed away. The bits and pieces you're about to assemble, the last bit dropping away from your hands. Because you're not there anymore.
Yep, that would be. How
And
that
whoever
happens.
transported you was being very particular about what they were beaming.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Meanwhile, back at DSE, well, Sarissa, Hefrix, it would seem that we have some good news finally that we'll be able to share once someone else in the command structure gets in contact with us. It seems the Maxwell Planck has made contact with their captain. They found Myth.
Oh.
Apparently, she was on the planet they were searching for this whole time. I get the feeling that Dorja wasn't exactly being entirely forthcoming. I don't think he's used to much. I'm not sure I really want to dig too much. They found Myth, and I'm not sure I want to shake up someone else's command structure with accusations. Still no contact from the Kismet or from Pend. So, still waiting on that update. Any luck on the data retrieval, Sarissa?
Oh, that was talking to what's his name? Dharma, right? I'm trying to remember here.
Presence plus security difficulty 2 to see how much progress you made with Dharma.
A focus and persuasion.
Yep.
And a trait of disarming nature.
Yeah. Well, the talent rather.
Hmm?
The
The talent,
talent,
yeah,
that's-
sorry, not trait.
I know how vocations work.
Yeah, I said the wrong T word. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, we're a PG channel. You can say T words. Well, certain T words.
Have a singular threat.
Sure.
Wow, good job. Here we go.
You were able to learn from Dharma. He
That
didn't
made
do
a
it.
diff one, by the way, Pant.
He's not the one who did it. He didn't know about it. He would have loved to have known about it. That would be very helpful for some of his other business opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
But near as he can tell, because he was asking around too, because he wanted to know who did it, because he was worried that maybe that was a trap meant for, like, the Orions put it in there as a way to kind of trap somebody or do operations. But from every tech expert he's talked to, both official and not so official,
Mm-hmm.
this isn't syndicate work. Way too technologically advanced for how well it was embedded in. It sounds like and most people think it's a Starfleet operation. Sounds like Starfleet intelligence. Which Dharma shrugs and goes, "Well, obviously it's not. Otherwise, you would have known. You wouldn't be asking me. So
I mean,
you guys didn't do it.
I'm not.
We didn't do it. So who did?"
She's probably like, I'm not intelligence, so. But I'd hope not.
I'll believe that when you're not wearing gold, Lieutenant, is what he would have said at the time. He tugs at his collar.
Yeah, sure. Essentially, yeah, no. Well, yes, progress, and no progress. No idea who did it. It's not Dharma, and Dharma doesn't know who did it. He doesn't believe it would be the Syndicate, and as far as everyone seems to believe, it would be us doing it. So that kind of puts it on the scale of either Starfleet intelligence is messing with us. I would hope not. The Klingons are doing something. Again, I hope not. The Romulans shouldn't be out this far.
But we have
So-
seen them.
Or that third party, incredibly tech savvy group, which is concerning to say the least.
It's getting to the point I'm going to have to call in Temporal Affairs or Starfleet Intelligence Command to get more progress. I really don't like the idea of the station having hidden codes bouncing around in it.
Bro,
Unless you have an idea how we can make sure the core's repaired, which the only thing I can think of is just replacing the whole damn thing. Fresh rebuild.
Which, if we don't know who did this in the first place, wouldn't help.
Well, if we ensure that we're the ones that build it, just means a lot of labor on our part to basically
Sure.
forge our own computer core and install
But
it.
if it wasn't already here, then, and we don't know who did it, even if we're the ones handling it, if it is Starfleet, that doesn't solve the problem.
So how we don't have estimates on when people are, appearing back on the radar, so to speak.
Maxwell Planck is apparently having a command consultation, which is Starfleet Command speak for, "We'll get back to you when me and my captain have figured out what the story is." She shakes her head.
From what I know, that is very advanced ship with very smart people. So if they get back here, they might be to get different leads than security direction.
Well,
We can look at these things
Well,
all day, but we don't really know what we're looking at beyond how they work.
Efrix, do you think that Myth would come back on a recall, even if she was doing something rather important? Or what she believed was rather important? You know her better than I do.
It would depend on I want to say yes, but also the fact that Myth left her ship by herself is concerning because
Hmm.
that's not Myth behavior typically. So whatever it is triggering some very not Myth behavior. So I'm not sure. Normally I would say yes, she would, but
This may sound like an unorthodox approach, Doctor, but then of course, I would never ask you to violate doctor patient privilege. However, as an officer, I would request of you to contact Myth on a non-medical basis and discern what her intentions are. If she's compromised, then that's an issue we have to take into account.
that's
And
also true.
and I've only had preliminary examinations of her psychologically, but psychologically profiling an android has always been tricky, and is basically a case-by-case basis, more so than any other patient. So I'm hoping that your familiarity with Myth's baseline will be of some guidance as to what we can do. Because right now, I mean, I agree with Sarissa. We really need the plank back here to help us dig into this. But if she's compromised, then I might have to make a call as on a strategic operation level.
Yeah.
And that's not a conversation I want. And that's not an order I want to give. Like, I don't want to get into a command struggle with her. Because we're all supposed to be on the same team, right? But at the same time, she shrugs. Like,
I mean,
you can see she's equivocating. Like,
I think generally I would say that Myth, it would depend on the time sensitivity of what she's working on. If it can be put off, she would come back. I don't have a doubt.
Or even if it is not dependent on location, maybe? I don't know.
no, if she could do it from there, great, I suppose.
Yeah. That's true. If we could get her the information.
Well, after this meeting, see what you can do.
Now that she's back, I'll reach out to her.
Before we worry about that, though, any progress on your patient? Did you reach out to the Woohoo to treatment?
I mean, my plan was to do that, but I just got here, so.
So we can do a flashback roll to see how successful you were in getting their help. So when you reached out to them, what were you trying? Were you like being completely official? I'm talking to the director of medical studies or the senator responsible for medical studies in Woohoo, or how are you coming? How are you coming at it?
I would probably talk to it was Sai, right? Say the doctor that I made friends with.
Oh yes, okay.
I would probably reach out to him first and be like, what is the appropriate way to go about this? Like, should I just reach out to you and see what you think, or should I approach it in an official capacity? Because he's kind of he's my main contact.
Oh, I didn't know you're spending that much momentum. Presence medicine, difficulty 2.
Okay. I'm using Woohoo Medical Liaison.
Brings the diff down by 1. Do you have a favor with this person?
No, I've
You've already used it?
I used it a
Okay.
while ago, I think. They're just someone I know there to reach out to.
Yeah.
And they helped do my surgery, so really I owe them one. My computer is being annoying. Okay. I'll spend 1 for caution. Because I don't think I have a focus for this.
Well, you don't have a politics focus or bureaucracy
No,
focus?
not really. No. Although
This
that
is
might
what
have to change, given what we discussed as her sunset arc.
Yeah.
Hey. Oh, it was daring though. It was supposed to be presence. It's the same roll.
Oops. So you generated 2, actually.
Woohoo.
You have 1 float.
Cool.
What I'll tell you, because you get to know the result before you have to worry about spending. She would, or he would ask, sorry, what exactly are you digging? What are you hoping to get out of the medical establishment or the Senate? What's your goal?
So if I remember right, they have the medical technology to help repair the damage that's done to her, correct?
Theoretically, they should, since they have access to preserver tech.
Yeah. So my ultimate goal is to treat my patient. I recognize that she has some not woohoo. So already, they may not be willing to share that information. But she's also, has she personally insulted them? I feel like she has. Has she caused problem with the woohoo, or just the quaqua?
Oh, Adler? She has criminal charges pending.
On woohoo? On Woodra?
In Woohoo Illuminated Space in general.
Okay.
Adler makes friends wherever she goes, just not the kind of
Yes,
friends
I
you
was
want to
like, I
brag
feel
about.
like she probably does, but I don't remember for sure.
Consorting with dissidents against the illuminated world, smuggling, trafficking.
Yeah. So I don't know what their policy is on treating criminals. Like ours is, you still treat them. So
For momentum, I shall answer.
okay, I have that float. Go for it.
You would know, and we will presume to a certain degree that you have had some correspondence and may have been reading up on how the illuminated worlds work.
Mm-hmm.
You are familiar that they have a similar Hippocratic oath that the Terrans have.
Yeah.
So yes, they will treat her and then put her through the court system, but they'll make sure if she's dying, they're
Yeah.
gonna make sure she's not gonna die before she gets to court.
Yeah. So that's my approach. Is she can't face justice or trial if she's dead, and my number one goal is to help my patient. So, what do I need to do to achieve those things?
Do you tell your friend about your patient's condition?
That she's terminal?
That's just
Yeah.
the nature of her injuries
Um,
in particular.
Well,
I
they're
mean,
gonna
it's a
have to know.
peer-to-peer, so yeah, I'm gonna have to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Like, I don't go into detail of how she got them because I don't know.
You have a
gave
pretty good
all-
guess, but it's not medically relevant.
Yeah, and also I gave all of the report that she gave me to Pinned, so I actually don't know.
Well, given the file, given your patient's condition, it does look rather severe. We wouldn't be able to treat them at the Universitat or the Medici. We would have to go to one of the either we'd have to speak with the solar illumination temple, or we would need to access one of the preserver vaults for this particular illness. If we go through the temple, that requires illumination of the patient, which has its own risks, but we can, through the method of illumination, through sonic connection, we can guide the body into self-treatment, basically
psychic.
turbocharging the regeneration that the body naturally already has. And since she is of a woohoo biotype, we should be able to. She should be compatible. But again, there's risks. We're talking about psychic surgery, which is a thing that even we among the woohoo train to be ready for. And we don't know how much training she's had in sonic treatment or self-care. Now, the preserver tech vaults would have a technological solution to the problem, but that requires a approval by Senate, and we'd have to apply to the Senate. So I could put that forward through my senator on your behalf. I don't know if it would go through. Is my only concern.
Okay.
At least not without you campaigning here on Woohoo at the Senate yourself.
Okay.
Well, I assume you're going to be bringing the patient here. I doubt you're going to personally.
I mean, that's probably what's going to happen.
And
I
don't have
a
to
little bit of respect, but I don't know if sending a subordinate would have the same clout. It wouldn't. I
It'd be a
actually
bit of
do
a
know that.
it'd be a bit of a power move, but you'd gain the respect of half the Senate and anger the other half.
Yeah. In
They
that
laugh
case,
on the other end, like that's so funny to them.
Yeah. That seems to be par for the course with my very limited experience.
Given the lack of urgency to the illuminated worlds anyway, like she is wanted, but they're not going to send out a battle cruiser for her, so you'd have to get here on your own ability, which I could pay for a freighter if you need help with that.
I likely could charter something, but the
Okay.
main issue is we're command staff is stretched thin. I'm not sure that they can afford for me to go anywhere.
Well, what I'll do, I'll put out feelers both ways. Get back to me, and I'll try to see. I'll try to get the groundwork down, and then
she is technically not able to consent to any of this. So,
well, presume preservation of Wudra life. We always say, unless there is a contract to the otherwise.
and the person that I would ask about that is also gone. Oh, great.
I do not envy your profession. I thought the politics of the capital were.
Just busy is all. I appreciate it. Thank you for your help. I'll get back to you. There's a couple people I can talk to. We'll see if we can figure something out. She is currently stable, though, in stasis, so...
That buys us time.
But not infinite.
No. So that is the... Is there anything... That is the extent of how your communication with your ally went. Since one of the things you probably try to do is, well, maybe the captain will show up. Days go by. He's not showing up.
Yeah.
See, this is a problem.
Yeah, I'm like, and the captain is still not here. You know, Myth coming back would also solve that.
So yeah, that's the information you have when Wright asks you how much progress you've made. Because you're kind of at that impasse. Because really, if you wanted to leave, you'd need fleet captain or her, because she's the senior officer present.
Yeah, and she's not going to. Which is fair. I do not blame her for that. So at this point with my patient, I guess we're at an impasse. For now, she's stable, but we have no way of improving her status. I'm waiting to hear back from my contact to see if he thinks one solution would be more favorable over the other.
All right. Well, you know, if I could, I'd let you go, but we don't have without the plank to back us up. We can't let our chief medical leave the tall grass.
I understand.
Well, it gives you further incentive to convince Myth to come back. She smiles.
Look, I'm doing important things. We're having a disagreement between my XO and I. Actually, probably not. We're getting our story straight.
All right then. Any other news or updates that I need to be aware of?
I don't believe so, Commander.
Very good. Very well. Meeting dismissed. She rubs her head like she's making a headache go away. Or hoping to make it go away. She stands out of her chair. Good luck with Myth, Doctor.
Thank you.
And Sarissa, try to I know you're not in the intelligence branch, but see if you can feel up the chain of command in your division to see if there's any hint as to intelligence operations going on around here.
Don't feel up your superiors. Sorry.
I mean, chain of command goes to the lieutenant commander who is not here. And they're probably going to start asking questions about why bypassing here. I'll figure something out, maybe.
You could reach out to some of the scientists that are already here, see if maybe...
Wright laughs when you say that and goes away.
Me talking with scientists never ended well. Because they start using all of the really, really long words that I never ended up learning.
I'm like running through who's on the station. I'm like, wait, hang on. Aggressive typing.
All right.
That or they were psychic and they were a threat the entire time. Vogel. Who do we actually have as the station scientist?
I know, I was like, who is on the station?
Did you guys assign a scientist to the ship, to the station?
Wasn't it
Wogie?
It's fucking Wogie. It's fucking Wogie. A crewman. Crewman Wogie that's not going up the chain of command.
No. You'd be like, what am I
He's
looking
got
for?
to focus on temporal dynamics.
Oh, hey.
Hey!
Yeah, no, that is entirely not the... No. No.
I mean, this is pretty classified, right? So that
Yeah.
makes it an issue.
So she'll try to wiggle away to go past farther on terms of chain of command, which she's got some leeway as station chief of security.
Yeah, honestly.
Also,
Some.
my direct superior is currently not in this time zone.
I like calling it a time zone.
So the two of you leave the conference room to try to do your duties as best you can, given
She's like,
the
I mean, I'd talk to
chaotic
him.
nature of your squadron at the moment.
Yeah, it's like
I'd love to
she's
talk to
got
him. He's
the-
not woke up yet.
She does have the talents and technically ability to go around things with talking, but it doesn't mean it's fun to do.
Back in time aboard the USS Norwest, Wakeman kind of turns around in her chair as both the Commodore and the Lieutenant Commander arrive. So you're telling me that he just simply didn't wake up?
I can't explain it. I'm not fully medically qualified. You know, I'm not a doctor by any means. But your own medical team that was down there ran through the checks. They can't seem to figure out either. It's... I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. He had something in his bloodstream. I don't know. We don't know what it is. It's unidentified as of yet.
All right. Well, once this chase is done, we can worry about an autopsy. I really don't feel comfortable setting aside too much of our medical staff when we're likely going to engage hostile forces, especially this close to the Klingon border.
Well, given his equipment, I would still either have him restrained in the medical bay as a body, or moved to the brig again. He had equipment on him that was well suited for intelligence work.
Slayton, are you suggesting I detain a corpse?
Yes.
He gives a look at Blackford like, is he serious?
Given the unusual nature of his apparent death and the presence of an unknown chemical, or assuming it's a chemical, unknown property in his bloodstream, I wouldn't say it's impossible that this is faked in some manner that we are, as of yet, unable to detect. Better safe than sorry is, especially with everything that's been going on.
After all, I can think of at least one very famous Starfleet captain who employed a similar maneuver.
Oh?
Kirk.
What about him?
Faking his death.
He faked his death once. On Vulcan.
He did? Oh, I never heard that. When did
Indeed.
that happen?
I'm trying to remember when that happened. It was during the episode where Spock went through Ponfar.
Yes.
Oh, I was just checking to make sure it wasn't in the movie. For some reason, I thought it was in the movie. I thought you were
It
telling
was-
our future knowledge. I'm like, what?
No. It was, no.
I was
it
like,
was
is this how you blow your cover?
No. It was that TOS episode where Spock
Yeah.
went through the Ponfar and
Oh,
Kirk
okay.
had to fake his death so that
Yeah.
Spock would get out of the bloodlust.
To be fair,
Spoilers? No.
it would have been a lot more funny if you actually blew your cover in something related to Ponfar.
Just
Oh,
by
I wasn't-
fanboying. Yeah.
I'm not very well versed on Kirk's exploits as much as others captains. I'm not quite as enamored with him. Bit of a hotshot, if you ask me.
Mm.
Someone snickers and she kind of gives a look, and the person who snickered shuts right the hell up.
Point being, this is a trick that even Starfleet captains have pulled before, to say nothing of straight intelligence operatives.
Well, if you think it's necessary, I'll have a state pot put on him, and he's not waking up from that.
No, that's true.
That will cost you 2 momentum.
I think that's worth it.
Because she's not just getting a stasis spot, she's also putting a guard on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, if you really think that's going to happen, let's be extra careful.
An effort to be proud of me. I did medical stuff, and I am not directly responsible for his death. I passed the rolls. I swear.
Good job. I'm proud of you.
Hey, I say that about flying. I still crashed, but thanks to the GM.
No, I was like, I passed the rolls. They die. Oh no.
To give you an
Did
update
they
on our current
From a shoulder
situation.
injury.
To give you an update on our situation, Commodore, we are currently in pursuit of the bird of prey. We should be arriving at its current location inside in the next few minutes. We're going to stay at yellow alert for the time being, since if we see weapons on, I'm going to call red alert. I will shoot before they shoot.
No,
simply because we can't afford to have that kind of firefight next to the border like that. Last for too long. So, also, your Commander Rad over there was able to get our sensors back to operational status, but we still have severe damage to the sensor array, so we can't take too many more hits like that without being blinded completely.
Understood. We should aim to take out their engines first and foremost. We need to stop them from getting across the border.
Agreed.
Once we're in range, well, we don't even need to necessarily be in range.
Slayton, by the by, you have the record on Shishashir?
We have some records on him, yes, sir.
Do you mind if I see those real quick?
I'm assuming I have a pad or something with stuff.
Yep, you can get one.
Yeah.
You hand him the clipboard of doom
Yep.
with the little stylus.
Blackford is gonna check and see if Shishashir has any kids yet.
Oh no, he's definitely not supposed to be dead yet.
Right, but this is the in-character way that Brennan is going to confirm it.
I mean, yeah. Our sure is still here. So.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, if he already has kids, then then it's still possible. But I'm spending the momentum.
Yeah, if it's cleared, the Romulan vessel has already fired upon us, so we are within Starfleet protocol for, in this case, firing once entering range.
Someone rolled the
I'm getting
ships.
See, I like the fact that people are forgetting a key piece of information that was told to us before last session. After all this went away, he disappeared as well.
After all this went away, he disappeared.
Yes, when the test obviously didn't go ahead in the timeline.
Oh yeah, he just vanished. Yeah.
He disappeared.
So you're able to discern that, yes, he does in fact have children waiting for him back home on Andor.
Okay, he could actually be dead. Timeline's still stable, possibly. Okay.
Wakeman, then as you're reading the tablet, she says aloud, the Andorians are going to be furious if he's actually dead, being one of the leading researchers in the Imperial Honor Guard. I do not look forward to explaining to the Andorian counselor how we allowed one of his doctors to be killed in our custody, especially even if it was to under the responsibility of a certain Commodore who has connections. She looks she gives an eye at you, and you get the silent, no roll required. It's I'm not taking the fall for this. This is your problem.
Yeah.
She knows what Commodores are good for, taking the heat.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's what all the extra letters in your name are for. Or your rat brother.
I thought that meant come and dumb at us.
Ha. Captain, we're coming into range of the system. She nods to the two of you and turns her chair around. New scene. Where's my thing? There it is.
Hmm. Those are more Orion ships on there.
Oops, that's the wrong ship. Actually, I need to grab these people anyway. 1 second, just have to set up the board. I thought it already had it. My bad. Ah. Oh no, just you guys. All right. Mhm. Oh. There we go. So the shields are up as you enter into the system. And preliminary scans indicate 3 starships are in system. Well, in system, in deep space, because you're not near a star. You're just at some random bit of the Klingon border. Because, crossing through a star system is a good way to be noticed by every listening post in the area on both sides of the border.
Mm-hmm.
So they try to find one of the few places they might be able to spy. But it appears there are 2 Orion cruisers as well as a Romulan bird of prey on scanners. To get more information, we require a sensor roll.
And these are in combat turns or no?
Oh, that's what I was checking.
Well, luckily we have 5 in total players and 5 playable characters right now.
You are in combat turns.
Okay.
As the enemy ships have the 2 of the ships have powered on their weapons and have their shields on.
Okay.
Whereas the bird of prey seems to be drifting in space.
No, disabled? Oh, you'd need to do the scan to get more information. So, yeah, Sarir, let's go.
In which case, then the captain would have called red alert, right?
Yes, so weapons are armed.
Yep. Let's get Saria to do a
Wait.
scan.
Get it.
Move you all over here because I can't manipulate your colors when you're over there.
So,
Reason science difficulty of 3.
All right. Don't think I have a focus here, honestly. Spend a point of inspiration.
Inspiration?
Oh, I did it now. All right. There we go.
luckily, the people in that same game know exactly what you're talking about.
All right, spending that for the reroll.
Oh, is inspiration what you used in the Midnight Watch game?
Yeah.
Rerolling that 20. All right, and then, damn it. Well, reroll the ship die, I guess. Wait, should I reroll the ship die or my die?
Your die. Yours is better.
Yeah, mine's
Yeah.
way better.
Are you knocking the Norwest? I'm gonna get offended here in a second.
What, a
It's
15
a
to an
matter of
11?
numbers. All right, there we go.
It is a very outdated ship.
Perfectly well dated for this era that we're in. We're just used to a higher standard.
Well, to be fair, a few of you were used to either serving on one of the 2 sensor boats.
Yeah.
There we go. Whoopsie. You are able
No.
to. 1, 2, 3. Yep, you got it. What were you scanning to learn precisely? Just to make sure I'm not answering the wrong question.
What was I scanning to learn precisely?
You just said we'd have to scan to learn more, and we're like, oh, okay.
Oh, about yes. Sorry, I had to look for something. And I lost track of where I was.
We were like, okay, so the DM knows what we're scanning for.
So you're scanning for something. I don't know. Yeah, scan for something. You can detect that the Romulan bird of prey is currently disabled. It is currently flooded with chronoton and tachyon radiation, and is basically drifting dead in space, or derelict. The other 2 ships were in a defensive posture, but the minute you jumped into the system, there's no hiding that. Warp signatures are loud, sensor-wise, so they saw you and they know what the Norwest looks like, so they powered up and got ready for a fight. But there's one other ship you detect. The ship's computer identifies it as a Scale 3 starship of unknown silhouette and energy signature. You recognize it as an Oberth class.
Oh,
That's a small ship.
that is tiny.
Yeah, it still outguns probably everything here. At least outflies well. Unknown starship signature in close proximity, as well as the bird of prey and 2, I presume, escorts.
Those, and actually, I will tell you, those are specifically Orion Blackguard cruisers.
Ooh.
Scale 4 craft equipped with phaser arrays, disruptor cannons, and photon
Mhm.
torpedoes.
Actually, I'm pretty sure the same ships that shot the Norwest earlier.
Phaser rays and disruptor cannons.
Jim,
They
can
get
I
to
look
be
at the Bondo
fancy.
sheet?
Yes, if I can bloody well
I
find
have
it.
the one sheet.
I want the Bondo sheet.
No, I had it. I don't
Please.
have it anymore. Damn.
Ah, darn.
The Bondo got taken away. Read.
Oh, I might have archived it. That may be what happened.
Oh.
Because if it's a ship that you guys don't worry about, I'll be like,
Yeah.
worry about that later.
Nobody gets the Bondo sheet.
I think the only reason I knew was like I got promotion to special agent. Yay!
Yes, you're very special.
I know.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say, yes, you're very agent.
I was going to say, we just keep adding berries to the name. Just the more
You're a
the more
very commander.
the more special agent he gets, we just keep adding more berries to the name.
I feel like at this point, everybody on the Kismet gets a sticker that says Efrix thinks I'm special.
Aww.
Yeah, Grennan gets put on his shoulder. Very special shoulder.
Oh, but
She
that's
pokes him
so
with the pen.
no.
No one else has a pen. It just sticks.
Everyone else is a sticker.
I mean, if it's archived, GM, just leave it. It's fine. It was just more of a personal extravagandas.
No, if we're rolling with it, we'll get it. The ship stats.
Ship needs stats.
The ship
What
stats.
blasphemy is this?
Yeah.
Shim stats.
Humber.
Shim stats.
Oh,
What are
okay.
we on tonight?
Humberous crash.
I think at least the three of us are just bringing our energy from the Monday game.
We have been
Yeah.
sipping on bullshit juice.
There you go.
The bush.
You can see the bio and info, and that is
It's a lovely picture.
What?
It's Ober. Picture of an Ober.
Yes, very lovely picture.
Oh, I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. There you go.
Yeah, that's better.
I told it to
Yeah.
show to players. I was like, oh, okay, I'll show the bio and info. No, the whole bloody
No.
thing.
No,
Yeah.
all of it.
Or
Uh,
Luigi.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's probably a. Oh yeah. We know the
Somebody's
signature.
mad
We
at
just
me.
don't have the signature released to Starfleet as a whole yet. That is actually a friendly. Thankfully.
Oh, it really is a sense about.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, we should take what we can get.
Uh huh.
That is Saria's turn currently, unless you're keeping.
We have quick to action. They are in range.
Quick to action.
Wait, they are?
Yes. Unless we're doing fleet combat, they're in range. You have me on your ship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's long range. Just
Yeah,
Yes.
the Bondo would have popped its shields and weapons on the minute it jumped in the system and went, we have hostile ships up ahead of us. They're looking like they're getting ready to shoot at the Norwest.
Yeah, so I'm just
Yeah.
making sure.
Yeah. And immediately Warburg just goes, yep, you know the drill.
Yep.
This was not how I
so-
thought I was going to find the Norwest.
Slayton, you can handle that shot without me giving you resources, right?
Yes.
Okay. That way I can spend my turn rallying.
No, yeah.
Don't you just feel insulted sometimes as someone who shoots? It's like, are you sure you can make that shot?
Yeah. Probably, Slade looking at the captain going, can I take that shot? Because it's still your ship.
And
I can make it. I need the captain's permission to try, though. I'm not just taking her security officer out of his chair and going, mine now.
Blackbird just nods to the captain.
What is that range? Long range?
That is long range.
Okay, so diff 4?
Base 2 goes up to 3.
Diff 3, okay. Diff 4, targeting weapons. I can't specifically target the bridge. That's not a thing.
No.
Apparently.
Not up this-
Even though you can see the bridge.
Oh, yes, you could. Yes, you could. I'm targeting
What?
structure.
Oh.
That's true. That's what that would be.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't want we're trying to disable the ship. What's better way to do it than that? So yeah, we'll target structure, which is diff 4, but that activates many special things for me.
I'll remind you that the Norwest is a sharpshooter variant. This thing is meant to do the best it can with its phasers because it doesn't have torpedoes, so it tries
Yep.
not to miss if it can help it.
So diff up, diff down, then Starship Marksman, diff down, so diff 2 shot.
That sounds about right.
Okay, we'll give you a threat because pressing buttons on a starship is not a physical task.
Generally, no. You're not in a. This isn't like a World War II game where you're in a gunner seat.
Yeah, it unfortunately does not count as a
Don't get
physical
cocky,
task
kid.
for the purpose of cheating you of threat. Yeah. Alright.
Next ship I'm on, I'm gonna insist on turret bubbles.
Yeah. Okay.
If you're playing
For-
like Enterprise era, you could probably do that.
And then the Norwest's weapon security,
Yeah,
right?
Yep.
Penned. Oh, I think we hit them.
I don't know.
Do you want me to roll the
Better
damage, or
wait
do you want it?
Open the Norwest. I'll get it. And ooh. No! Shit. Well, I can no longer see chat. Don't worry, it's fine.
What?
I
Oh, I
might
know what
not-
you did.
My
That's
mouse
what-
double clicked.
Well, luckily, it's a.
So I'm refreshing after clicking that.
Oh, look at that. That's independent.
Is it
That's.
is it good or bad?
I'd say put one into piercing, one into the vicious, and that's just devastating.
Did I do good? Oh wow. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
That's all
Yeah.
piercing by the way already. That's already 3 piercing off me.
Then maybe spend 2 for devastating.
Let me calculate here.
Open all my sheets again. Because I just had to.
Yeah,
Teresa
I get that a lot as well. For me, it's when I'm like dragging momentum off the thing. It just gets stuck large on the page. It's like.
I do not need. I probably don't need to open the Captain Varder sheet, so we'll just leave that there for now.
You said
I
it
had it
was.
just in case you needed it. So you have piercing, you say? How much piercing?
1 per effect.
So 1, 2, 3. So you got.
Okay, let me double check that. Yep.
So yeah, you've done 5 stress so far to the. You've peeled away 5 of the shields, so you're getting at least 1 breach anyway.
And we need 4 to disable.
Yep. You need 4 breaches to disable an NPC ship.
Okay.
Unless it's a boss ship, then it's a whole other problem.
I mean, you could have
So-
like asked for.
Yeah,
Oh no,
if we do-
can you spread with phaser banks?
I don't think so.
No, that's an array.
No. Yeah.
Function.
Phaser banks you can't.
Banks hit harder. That's the exchange.
Yep. Okay, so we will use 1 for piercing because that makes it we do the full 7, and that's against shields. That's just damage to shields is nice.
Oh yeah, if you spend the second one for vicious.
Can you do that?
No, that's not a thing.
No.
Yeah.
But you can
You
do
can add
that
to
and 1
damage.
from the pool for devastating, which is damage again, correct?
Uh,
I think it's 2.
hold on, I'm looking it up.
Yes. We're
I'm-
talking about
Yeah,
spending
it's
3
one.
momentum here.
Yeah.
So you wish to do the devastating attack function, which roll the system suffers additional hit, dealing half attacks damage rounded up.
Which is 4, 5, 4. Yeah, that'd be 4. It's rounding up.
Well,
that-
your initial damage so far. Sorry, I got lost. So we're doing 5 now before you spent anything because you have piercing. You're spending 1 to increase the damage by 1.
1 for piercing. So that would just give us the flat 7 raw.
Okay, so full 7,
Mhm.
and then you're doing devastating.
Does
roll.
devastating have to go through resistance again?
Yep, it's like a second attack.
Oh, and then that would do nothing if it's got 5 resistance.
Yeah.
So that's not worth doing. What I can do, however, is shoot again.
You have caused at least 1 breach due to dealing at least 5 to its shields.
Well, hang on. Let's see
Yeah.
what they roll for the structure hit.
Oh.
I mean, they've got more than just the captain, even if I did somehow ping him immediately.
They are simply impacted because they're an NPC ship. They lose
Yep.
2 power, but they do have damage to their structure, so they will have a. If you're trying to disable a particular bad guy on the ship, they would be hurt, but no particular targeted NPC that you're after is aboard that ship. So
Yeah,
you
we're just-
probably hurt somebody. Somebody's got vented to space, but it's no one you care about in particular.
I mean, vented into space, or they're the pad of not their pad, their
A console
control
exploded
panel.
at them.
Yeah.
You
But yeah,
probably
we
hit
can
like some
just-
EPS shunt and fried somebody.
So we've
I like the
We've
idea that
been
instead
go-
of being like your panel randomly exploding, is just walking along, your pad randomly explodes during a
Yeah.
firefight.
in
That's
his
an
pocket. Yeah.
intelligence
Um,
trick.
But we've got one left on Versatile, and we can spend one from the Momentum pool to Swift Task, and that'll make it a div 5 shot, but then use the same traits again to div 3 shot. Yeah. Sub-targeting is that a minor to do that, or no? To target a specific system?
You're just declaring.
Yeah, okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's just a div 3 shot. I haven't actually spent my minor, and there's nothing to really spend it on because there's no charging in this one.
Well, you would have spent a minor walking over to the station.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Well, give you threat again. 1.
Okay.
Go like that. Reroll that. Okay. I also have a second. Let me double read this one. It doesn't say I can reroll the ship, does it? No. In my dice pool. Or in their dice pool, and I'm assuming the ship counts as not my dice pool.
Right.
So yeah, I can't reroll that. Oh well. That still hits. We still make a momentum off it. Come here, Norwest. I can't charge. You can't charge this thing's phasers either, can you? Because it's phaser
No.
banks. Yeah.
No, plus it's an
Plus, that is, you don't
independent.
lose power when you shoot.
Yeah, it's independent phaser supply.
Yeah. They like them independent phasers.
Lasers.
Lasers.
Laser.
Okay, so that's only 1 piercing so far.
Laser
Got to
beams.
spend one to reroll 3.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll look at rerolling 3.
What happens when you?
Effects. That is okay. That's 2 piercing.
So 3 resistance to your 2, 3,
8.
4. You're doing.
We've got 8 total there, right?
1, 2, 3,
2,
4,
3,
5, 6, 7.
7 whoops.
So 7 raw. You pierce 2 of it, so resist 3. So 4.
1 of the
So
versatile
far.
into piercing. Make it to 6 total, which
Okay,
means we've
that
done
will-
11 shield damage.
Yep, that will cause a second breach.
Maybe you'd put the last one just into extra damage.
That's both of the versatile spent, but we could try put an extra thing into damage if that would do anything.
I mean,
know what
so
the
far it's
shields
just
on these
it's
things
just
are.
wasted if we don't spend it. So
Yeah. Oh no, we're yeah, sure. We'll do that.
So a total of 7 damage to them.
Yes.
Their shields pop. They are taking
Okay, that was
2
the third
breaches.
breach. And then if we ooh, we could disable them outright. Okay.
They are damaged.
That's 3 breaches out of the 4 that would be needed to disable them.
Yep.
What I can do, so we've got 7 damage at the moment. If we, that'd be half, that'd be 4, but the resistance would eat it. So if we devastate for 2, and then I use the Legion of Honor for 2 bonus momentum. Is it no? Is devastating 2?
Devastating's 2, yeah.
Okay, so Legion of Honor to do that, 2 bonus momentum to devastate, and then I think we'd need to spend 1 on piercing to have 1 point of damage, and that's all we need is any damage with their shields down, correct?
It's true, yep.
okay.
So we'd be only going down 1 momentum from the pool, and I'm using my Legion of Honor.
The ship is rendered dead in space.
Okay. I don't think they were expecting that.
Nope. Especially when Wakeman's like, no, I'm shooting first. We're shooting first the minute we see you. I'm not talking to you.
It's like, these are Orion ships that already shot at us.
She's done the Starfleet equivalent of walk into the bar and slug the guy who hit her earlier in the day. It's like, no, come
Yeah.
here.
Which isn't disallowed. Anyway, yeah, we can't. We've done keep and we've done swift, so there's nothing more we can do. It's their go.
Good shooting, Slayton.
Thank you, Captain.
This ship will be upset that you did that to their friend. They are going to... They're going to warp to here. Keep. And they fire their phasers in a spread.
It sucks to be you. Well, I'm not being shot, so I don't care.
That is a hit.
So again, sucks to be you.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, no.
2, 4, 6, 8.
I think that's only 4.
Piercing.
But you didn't roll any effects.
I have versatile.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Or penetrating, sorry. Wrong word. Penetrating, I have to do that. There's 2 resistance per 1, so yeah. So that's enough to cause a breach. And the other versatile would be spent on... that doesn't really help me. Penetrating again.
All right.
You take a breach.
You
I
take
see,
a breach. No effects, so spread doesn't really do anything because I need effects for it to do something,
Yep.
and I don't have a way to re-roll.
How much do we like momentum?
Well, I think we all like
Well,
momentum.
I can generate momentum again.
Hmm.
So if you need to spend it for a thing.
I mean, where are we taking the breach? I mean, no, we can only take
Yeah.
2 more breaches before we're disabled entirely, correct?
Ooh, yeah, nope.
So I
Ooh.
can Carrigan Order of Heroism. We are not. No. 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 No.
Oh, okay then.
You're Carrigan ordering it. If I remember correctly, I get the pick on you because you did that.
Yes. Actually, yeah. I'll do the complication one for this. You get to pick on me.
Are you sure? Because
Yes.
I can generate momentum.
The sensors on the medical deck have gone dark.
Rude.
Enemy has completed its turn. Goes back to the players.
Hmm.
Hmm. Well, we need to. I think we need to get out of close range first off.
Medium range. They're not
Why?
sharing your
Yeah, no.
area.
Oh.
Because close
And-
would be like this. They have to be in the
Yep.
same area as you are.
I mean, you do realize you could just order Vada to fuck that ship,
Yeah, no.
ship up.
That-
You could just direct me to shoot it.
Yeah.
You could do that twice.
Yeah. Yep. Barter? Nope, not Barter. Wait, hold on. Slayton, light him up.
Must be some strange nickname.
Mm-hmm.
Flavor beams. So you come about to open fire.
We don't even need to come about as a round saucer, and I think the banks are all around it, right?
No, they're on the front.
Oh,
actually
they're
have to
only on the
turn.
front. Okay. Well,
Yeah, basically the con officer has to grab that one nacelle and just like turn the ship.
like a
No,
damn rudder.
they'd use the retro thrusters to turn it.
Yep. Jesus Christ.
Which this thing is nimble. That's part of why this thing's designed the way it is. It's meant to turn with minimal mass worrying.
Now, just make
What?
sure to hit him with that pizza cutter.
Yeah. So it's a diff 3 because he's at medium, so that's just a diff 2 to start.
Yep.
Then I take that up to diff 3. Oh, it's a diff 1 shot. If we put all the traits into that. Wow, you made this easier for us, bud.
Hey, he thought he was gonna get spread and do a bunch of damage. That's not what happened.
I'll give you 1 threat. I've got 2 rerolls is the best part. Okay, so it's a diff 1.
We gained 5.
Let's dance.
Hi, pretty boy. And that was, yeah, we did the diff up. It's hitting structure again. I just didn't say specifically, but I did take the difficulty increase and decrease. Oh, this is a diff 0 shot.
We're going to put 1 into piercing, 1 into extra damage for shits and giggles.
Let's see, we've got 3 in piercing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage at the moment. Unless I'm miscounting something horrible. I am again, that's 7. Keep doing that. Yeah, 1 to piercing, 1 to damage.
So...
No, we don't need to do 1 to damage. We've got 1 to piercing, 1 to swift task, and then he can direct it again. Right?
Don't raise the enemy too much. Let's calculate the breaches so I don't lose track. So this hit you did 7 minus 3, but you added 1 damage to make it 5, so there is at least a breach. Okay, which means, bam! Someone's panel explodes. They lose 2 power. Where's your power? There it is. So, not actually. I had the warp, so I lost quite a bit of power anyway. And then I lost 2 more. Okay, so that's where it's at now. This is how big I am, and this is my shields. This is my shields for freaking sake. There. And you did 5. Okay, so I have this much shields left. Okay. So you are swift tasking?
Yeah, Grinnan, you've got a second direct, don't you?
I do.
You wish
All
to
right.
use it.
I think I will.
Okay.
2 momentum spent for the swift task.
Yep, as 1 from versatile and 1 float, I believe. Correct,
Yep.
Ben?
Correct.
Yep, so we're still
Yeah.
at full momentum.
Oh, great. Yeah. Don't let up, Slayton. Let him have it.
Inspiring. So,
Give him that old 1-2.
It was nice of them to move into our ideal firing. Stupid pirates.
yep. Hit engines this time because, yep. It doesn't change anything, but thematically, engines.
So up to 4, down
It
to
does
2.
affect the narrative how I explained.
Yeah, up to 4, down to 2, where this is more strictly disabling, because we hit the bridge, but we might want someone from the command staff of either of these ships as a prisoner.
Yeah.
Ideally, we'll give you 1 threat. Reroll that. Reroll that. Oh, that is disappointing in the extreme. 17, 19, 17. Oh well, we still hit them by 2, so we've got 2 float. And okay, so 1 to reroll, 3 on that. Okay,
Oh, buddy.
that is
3,
4 piercing instead of 3 for
7.
once.
8 raw, 5 resist. But you peel away 4 of it, so 1 resist. So that's 7 so far.
Yeah.
That will cause at least 1 breach.
At least 1 breach.
Yep.
We did how
Breach
much
2.
before? 5?
Yeah. I can't imagine they have more than
5.
12.
Okay, so I mean, one piercing or 2 damage. It doesn't really.
I mean,
One piercing, 1 damage, or 2 damage doesn't really change anything.
could spend for devastating and just put more money into the devastating attack.
You true. Okay, so we'll use the versatile to devastate.
So, so it's 7, and you're doing devastates. Or no?
Oh wait, no. The way that worked before was that we had popped their shields already. So, versatile, yeah, one piercing, 1 damage from versatile.
Which pops the shields, causes a second breach.
There we go. And because it was over 5, so that's 3 breaches in total that we've done to them now.
Right.
And then devastate, and give them 1 piercing to do the single point of damage, and 4 breach them disable. And that's probably gonna sit back in the chair and go, oh, just sigh.
Both hostile craft are dead in space.
Shooting fish in a barrel.
People underestimate Hermes class in the hands of a skilled operator.
Wartburg, could you get your crew to do a scan of this area for anything that's currently out of place? Or should I say out of time?
The Bondo makes a reason science roll difficulty of assisted by its sensors plus science.
Well, I'm assuming the crew's going to be doing this, so...
Huh.
Yeah, you can roll the starship crew.
Oh, they're not very good.
He does not have access to Starfleet Academy's greatest and finest. He has access to a bunch of scientists and midnight agents who aren't necessarily starship experts. He's the only starship expert on the bridge right now. Well, you as well, sorry.
Could I
A midnight
direct...
agent who's a starship person.
Could I direct this?
He'll let you do that, yeah.
Okay, well,
Part of why he wanted you along. So, yeah, you can teach these people how to be Starfleet.
if that's the case, I will direct them, and if they hit, I'll make it a crit. I'll spend... I'm going to spend 3 momentum.
On the bright side, I also didn't miss and send a phaser blast into the neutral zone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that's something you were looking out for.
I was thinking about it.
That's 4, now for the ship.
That's a moment.
5.
Varder is the reason why everything is so weird in Discovery.
Oh,
I didn't miss. Go away.
Actually, wait. Does this Oberth have the advanced sensors?
No, it has high resolution sensors. So I can ask a free question.
ID.
There are 2 energy signatures that do not conform with the current timeline. One is over there, and there are at least 5 over here.
6.
6? Who's 6?
The shuttle.
Yeah, shuttle as well.
Oh,
Assuming
yep,
the
6, right,
entire
yep.
shuttle that we brought over, yeah.
Yep, there's 6 energy signatures on the Norwest.
Could I spend my question to get a more definitive answer over here?
It would seem that there is a life form aboard that is not from this timeline, as well as a device that is from this timeline.
Mr. Wartburg, could you... Well, could your ship take us closer so we can beam them off that Romulan ship?
Sure, do I say hi to the Norwest?
No, I'll talk to them in a second. Unless they desperately wish to talk to us.
Meanwhile, in the Norwest.
Gonna say.
Well,
I
that
desperately
answers
need to talk to that ship.
Commodore, do you have any other ships in the region?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, that's why you have me, sir. Yes.
Hmm?
We weren't supposed to encounter this vessel, but it was in the area.
Oh. And
It's running a. It's a experimental class.
see if Grunin can pick up on what he's trying to.
I would like to pick up what you're putting down, please.
Yeah.
It's the I can pick up here because I'm the intelligence officer. It makes sense that I might know some things that you don't. Oh, that's from me to okay. Presence security.
And Grant's assisting with presence command. Like, you might be able to read between the lines what security
Team
officer, your
dynamics?
intelligence officer is trying to tell you without giving it away to the captain.
I mean,
Team dynamics.
Yep.
Psionics, I straight out just said what I said, and he said just, yo, this is the Bondo.
Sonic has your
Yeah. Like, I don't need to
well-
convey it through that. I know him well enough that I can just freely telepathically.
that would be for you. It'd be presence command difficult 2 if you're doing it that way. Command or medicine if you're doing it telepathy. Because you kind of trying to have to hide it that you're doing. You're
Okay.
telepathically talking to somebody. Because there are
Yeah.
trained officers can catch what if someone's staring intently at someone's like, oh, that looks like psychic communication.
Also, you might glow.
No, maybe. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Never mind. Chain of command.
Especially if I have 2 threat, you might glow.
Yeah, true. Chain of command. Focus
Mhm.
for the present. Yeah, okay. Because that is who I'm reporting to in terms of what this is. We'll give you a threat because it's a security role.
Nice.
We make a momentum off it.
Oh. I think I know which one you're talking about. Right. Alright. Captain, we should get in closer. I'm gonna need to reach out to this ship.
And we don't need to get closer to talk to them, but yeah.
We can hail them from here.
No, I mean closer to the Romulan bird of prey.
And we've got assets aboard that need recovery, yes.
In addition, we should probably tractor it away from the neutral zone.
Yeah.
Presence command difficulty 3. As you've learned, Wakeman does not like being left in the dark. She's a little resistant to follow the order.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I mean,
I'm gonna spend 3 momentum, either diplomacy or law. Or team dynamics.
Team dynamics, I would take.
Oof.
Very well, Commodore. Khan, begin your approach to the derelict vessel. The weapons, Captain? Keep them on as long as theirs are on. So both the Norwest and the Bondo begin approaching. Once they're within media range of each other, without you saying anything, Pen, Warbrick just says, power down phasers. And someone nods and they shut them off. And then Wakeman on the other ship. Oh, they shut power down. Oh, they're friendly after all. As you realize that back in this era, that was the unofficial that if 2 friendly ships came within range of each other, you shut off at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of indicate, yeah, I'm armed, but I'm not your enemy. In modern era, you don't do that. You're supposed to power down if you're not expecting a fight. But back then, it was a bit more wild, so. Both ships continue their approach. Seems your little experimental vessel's heading the same way.
Yeah, well, if my understanding is right, they're likely here because they might have some information for me.
Also, new model sensor boat, so I'm sure they saw things that we didn't. Or maybe they saw the exact same thing we did from a different perspective, and, well, they're Starfleet.
Lower shields and beam ship.
As you actually, both ships, as they begin to move to approach the bird of prey, both kind of come to a Penny, you notice that both ships come to a stop at medium range. And then Wartburg says aloud to you, shoot. Captain over there is being a little crafty. If we go over there and power down our shields to beam over, they might... If I was a clever captain, I might beam over to find out what the weird ship is over here, since we haven't identified ourselves. But if we don't go over there, she might go over there ahead of us.
Oh, I'm gonna have to talk to her, aren't I?
Well, I could try to do a quick beam, warp beam in and out, but it will look like we're thieving. It's an intelligence op, but it won't look friendly, but we'll get the target.
Well, if that's the case, I'll talk to her while you guys get that done.
You're gonna distract her while we snatch and grab?
Well, you say distract her. I'm literally gonna tell her our purpose here. Well, yes.
All right. He gets out of the chair, he points, and then he walks over to look over someone's shoulder. So and you can kind of tell the way the view screen is, you can't really see where he's standing. That's sort of intentional on these ships. They were allowed people to disappear off screen. A little sneaky back then.
Comms. Open communications with the Norwest, please.
Captain Wakeman, the experimental craft is hailing us. I believe you, Commodore. That sounds like whoever's over there is Starfleet trained. They stopped right around when we stopped. Am I clear to talk with them, Commodore?
As long as I'm in the room, I'd say
On
so.
screen. And you see familiar face of Captain Penn, except he's wearing gold, with captain bars on his arms.
Grennan puts a hand over his mouth to stifle his smile.
And Slayton, you can glance and you see the black uniform in the background. Like it's the sort of thing only watch members would catch on a glance. It's like, nope, that's a watch ship. Plus, you knew that's the Bondo, but that guarantee, for sure, it's a watch flown ship.
Captain, what's it? Captain Wakeman.
Yep.
Captain Wakeman. This is Captain Grefrenzim of the USS Bondo, here to render assistance to the Commodore.
Captain Zim.
One moment. Opposed role between Wakeman and Zin, because was meant as a way to distract her while the Bondo snatches stuff and runs for it. Blackford could assist with distracting her.
I don't need to assist.
No. Remember, she's built to...
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to turn down an assist?
If you
You'll
want,
find out if you need to.
Yeah, if you want to, sure, but let's just see what I can get with first.
Spending to activate value. I can tell when you're lying.
I would like to use I've got multiple traits I'd like to put forward first.
Okay.
Old Salt. This isn't the first time I've had to lie to a fellow officer to save a mission from going south.
Countered by the fact she has the trait Veteran.
I would like to use the trait Commanding Presence.
That helps, yep.
Now for the medals.
I will note that she would have constantly watching if you were actually attacking your ship, but you're not. So you're not actually at the danger or a hidden enemy. You're just being sneaky, which doesn't trigger it.
Would you allow me to use my palm leaf from the Woohoo Peace mission to... I am trying to persuade her from doing anything reckless.
I lost my threat. Damn.
It's specifically that's only specifically if you're trying to prevent violence, I think.
It could escalate.
This would apply because if he gets this wrong and he's caught stealing from the ship, she's probably gonna order shots fired.
Oh,
So that's basically one
okay.
free success.
She has one free D20.
I would like to.
Other than that, I have no other resources through threat.
I'm going to spend my determination for mission directive. I'm trying to uphold the temporal prime directive and collect my idiot.
Very good.
And I'll spend 2 threat for an extra dice.
I can't do anything with that, unfortunately.
And I assume I have a theater focus.
Yep.
Which will allow the focus of either negotiation or strategy and tactics.
Strat and tactics, because you're not so much. You don't need to lie to her. You buy time so he can slip by.
So that is 6, 7. Plus the palm leaf, that's 8. Oh, plus commanding presence, that's 9.
Ooh.
I have no way to claw that back, do I? I do not. No, I don't. So, the Bondo, as you're chatting, very quickly zips over, drops its shields, beams off certain people and equipment. I will let you do that without a roll for 2 momentum.
Sure.
Yep.
For 2 threat, Wartburg would like to keep the initiative.
Yeah, why not?
And then he orders the ship to warp with everything she has.
I wasn't gonna do that. I was just gonna ask the Commodore and his retinue to get on that shuttle and come over here. Well, does it now?
Wigby just blinks.
I think
What the hell's going on, Commodore?
Like, Satan was like,
Huh. Con, after them. Not possible.
yeah,
I
you're
mean,
not
not
going
possible.
to catch
They're
that
moving way
vessel.
too fast.
I'm afraid, Captain, we've been outplayed.
Well, they probably had orders that we don't. Intelligence is lovely.
Indeed.
So
Don't
it's safe
worry.
to say that that's your friendly ship that just grabs the material and that person off?
Yeah. Well,
Great. You can get on your shuttle and get off my damn ship, Commodore. And if you want to write me up, go for it. We'll see how the Admiralty feels about this nonsense.
yeah, I'll handle this. Is everything good in your sick bay though?
Commodore, I will escort you with armed security if I have to. Get off my ship.
Just get off the
Fine.
ship.
We're going. And Blackbird just snaps his fingers. Let's go.
Some of your crew probably looks at you funny because you don't normally do that. But, people probably get the hint when you start walking out the door. Like, oh, I guess we're leaving. Ah. Boop. I said boop, damn it. New scene. That wasn't evident already. That's not true anymore. Boop. So yeah, the group of you are walking down a corridor, heading toward the shuttle.
Something still doesn't feel right.
Where was the particular individual being held? Or we can actually... yeah, well, on the way to the shuttle bay, we can accidentally walk past that area. Right? That's entirely doable.
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me control. Sorry. Daring plus security, difficulty of 2, to make it look like you're not actively going out of your way. You just happen to choose this way to get back.
Guerrilla
You're not
warfare?
familiar with the ship. You got a little turned around. It happened.
Yeah. Guerrilla warfare?
Yep.
That's the entire purpose of look like you know where you're going, even if you do not. As long as you look important and look like you know what you're doing, people will just take it. 1 threat.
Yep.
Okay, sweet. Just to make momentum for us on the reroll. Which, conveniently, actually, if the sensors are down in this area, they just don't know where we are anymore.
Yep. You step out of the turbolift into a dark bit of deck with only the bare minimum emergency lights, giving a eerie yellow. Currently, no, just standby white lights because they stepped down from yellow alert, from red alert. Sorry.
And let's check through, see if we can find this man. And get a proper scan from Surya. Maybe there's something that these guys with their tech couldn't pick up that we can.
Use the medicine difficulty 2 to look for the life signs of your target.
This is me doing this because I can certainly try. I've still got my determination.
I mean, it's probably best if Saria does it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I certainly can try.
Right. Observation or team dynamics?
Observation.
Spend momentum here for the extra die. All right. Get it back.
Momentum to determine what deck they are on.
I think we've been Jedi mind tricked here, bud.
Oh.
These are not the droid we're looking for. Is not here.
You know when I said faking his death? He's heading to the shuttle base.
It's as if Section 31 agents have never done that before.
Yep.
It's as if Penn's never done a map before.
I am not reading any signs of dispersion here.
Okay, time to, y'all will catch up with me, I assume. But shuttle bay, now.
Wait. Lieutenant Commander.
What?
I think it's time that you start using some of that stuff up here and in your bow.
What? I just not catching this guy.
In order to find him.
I am not familiar with the target. I don't think. I can fucking try. I can multitask. Let's go.
Yeah, just seeing a dude in passing doesn't mean you know him.
Like, I've spoken to him a few times. We've been around him for like a day. I'm familiar with his relatives.
Oh, I just mean for, because it sounds like he's doing mind stuff to Jedi mind trick us.
No.
Oh.
No.
No, you
No, not that.
misinterpreted.
Not in the
Yes.
slightest.
Oh, yes. Okay, I follow now.
This
Never
is more
mind.
physical deception.
Ignore me.
Yeah, it was the joke of these are not the droids you're looking for.
Ah, yes.
So yeah, feet shuttle bay.
It's the noise that feet make.
Yeah. Because if I need to roll the Terminator run up there as fast as I can, then I will.
You arrive at the shuttle bay.
He's not here, I'm guessing.
You don't see him. You see some crewmen walking around. Your shuttle to leave.
Okay, Rad, do some checks on the shuttle, make sure that's not being sabotaged. Surya, see if you can get some more wideband scans for this individual. We do know what his signs are, unless those have been radically altered.
Yes, sir.
Because if we've been causing trouble for an individual, he might want to kill us specifically, and I would rather not.
What about
But what's his sign, though?
could?
Tories.
Oh no.
And if
Could
I
that have
can
been-
assist Surya psionically, then I will, but
Commander, do you think that could have been the purpose of the, what did you call it? The blood thinning compound?
that's literally what I said. I said its purpose may be to make him appear dead.
No, not dead, but to. Oh well, yes. In that case, yeah, it
Yes.
would just come up as no life signs.
Exactly.
Ah,
I said
yes.
the magic words, and then you finally put the puzzle pieces together.
I have connected the two dots.
Hey, if this was a TV show, you'd have to do that. Remember, we have to explain to the audience what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Especially for those people off of the Ganymede. They need to be into it.
I mean,
Okay,
what to
so-
expect? Their storyteller's a bit fucking iffy.
Yep.
Rude.
Hey, they say mean stuff about us. Wait, though, that's the other ship. Never mind.
Yep.
Sorry, Ganymede.
We're not. I'm not sorry at all.
No, I agree. Not sorry.
Okay.
So this is Surya doing. Who's this role that Penn did for? Sorry.
The engineer.
This was rad.
Engineer. Red is able to discern that there is no sabotage performed on a shuttle.
Shuttle appears good to go.
Let's go, Surya. And am I assisting with the same reason medicine still, or is it different because is it command because psionics?
If you are sonically looking around, you would get insight plus security.
To assist with. Okay.
Has Surya already spent determination?
Nope. Do that.
Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do.
I still have my
Determination's
determination.
Do you? No.
Yeah. Somehow.
Value of I've learned to use the word impossible with the greatest caution. It's not impossible for him to come back from the dead and be somewhere around here.
Sure. I'll take that BS.
I like that one though.
I'll spend the 2 momentum there for a third die then. Same focus as before.
If she doesn't have traits to make this easier, does she? I don't think she's got any traits at all.
She's got the traitcation.
Yeah.
I don't think that helps. Somehow.
Not generally, no.
Yeah. Well, it helps in certain instances.
If she was eating raw meat, she'd be totally fine.
If she had to pick a lock with her claws.
That is 5.
6.
5 hits. 6
helped.
hits. Yeah.
Wait, he's in our shuttle and down again?
He's hiding in the nacelle.
He is in a Eva suit, clung into a little nook between the nacelle and the underhull.
All right.
So is that just I lie down, crawl back onto that with the phaser pointed up, and be like, okay,
I mean, you have to appreciate the effort he's going to.
yes,
I mean, so didn't he like disappear?
yes.
So
And he actually knows when you scan that his life signs are barely there.
Yep.
This guy's likely halfway out.
so like he disappeared. We can't just like leave him here because then he'd reappear, right? Which would be counter to the way the time was supposed to go.
Yeah.
You can just
So
tell
who do
him
we have
to.
to take off with him on the shuttle?
Yeah, just tell him to get in the shuttle.
Yeah. Prison's
God.
Oi, get out of there, dickhead.
Like, all right, smart guy, get out of there.
We just open the panel and all have our phasers pointed at him.
Oh, he is doing guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, man, this was. I'm
It's
hoping you
like,
were
I
gonna look-
respect you, however.
I'll give you a
Respect. We gotta respect the hustle.
threat. Yeah, and I'll re-roll on that one. There we go. Mm-mm.
You mean security, right?
Okay, doctor. Oh yeah, I rolled the wrong thing anyway, but whatever.
Well, yeah.
Make a difference?
No,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't.
Alright.
He crawls out, takes off his Eva suit, lets his antennae flex a little out.
Get in the shuttle.
Very well.
Just get in the shuttle.
Like, there's a half second where he kind of looks around, checks who's holding phasers and how many of you have phasers. All of you do. It's like, yep, I'm good. I'm gonna go in the
Okay.
shuttle now.
Wait,
Throny,
are we
cockpit.
taking him back with us?
No.
Huh?
No, just
Why are we
drop him
making-
off at the goddamn planet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Throny, cockpit, Sarir. Actually, we might need you here to check him, because, you know, he might actually... I don't know how close to death he is from this thing. So, please
For
check him.
momentum, I can answer because there was a reason medicine rolled.
Okay.
But
Geezer just drugged
He's
himself.
fine.
Okay.
He must. You can tell that his biometrics are very, very slowly recovering. He's probably like having that blackout thing that pilots get when they're under high G's.
Okay.
Like he's half awake. Hence why he probably didn't want to fight. He's like, nope, I'm at so many penalties. If I fight you, I lose.
Mhm.
It was all a cling and just rest against the thing and let the mag boots do the work and go and just wait until he got his senses back. So he'll recover as long as he doesn't take another. He's considered to be non-lethally injured, but he's able to despite that.
Mhm.
But it also makes sensing him on medicine medical rolls difficulty 5 because he should be unconscious, but something's keeping him awake. Some sort of stimulant, one presumes.
Yeah.
And
Alright.
actually, because you're sitting there right with him, he has an implant in his brain.
Mm.
That's how he's doing all this.
Healthy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also in this era, not very crude.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
And then Sarir to the front of the ship. Rad, somewhere to the front of the ship where you're not listening to this. Yeah, Sarir can go to the front of the ship somewhere as well. If she's just hovering over the two of them, then she's just hovering over the two of them, but...
Yeah.
It's one of those things of, what you don't know won't hurt you. Because your superior is the one who's going to get hurt by it.
So, what do you intend to do with me?
Well, leaving you on the outside of the ship in still in an Eva suit, you've got a decent chance, but I don't imagine there's a terribly amazing chance of you surviving that experience. Unless there's a plan we don't know about, which is always possible.
I am a survivor.
We can
Though I
find-
wonder if your Commodore was clever enough to heed my warnings about the weapon.
well. Someone detonated aboard this vessel. That's an entire other situation.
And I
I
can attest. Oh, go ahead.
I don't think that particular weapon is going to be a problem anytime soon.
Then I have no reason to use this. And he hands Slayton a micro grenade.
You had a third one?
It was in the suit. Someone in security will get yelled at if you report them.
No,
Very
don't worry, we've
sloppy.
been kicked off the ship. So, you're coming with us,
Okay.
and we're dropping you somewhere, and you're going to disappear, like I imagine you were planning on.
Okay. Do you need coordinates?
Do you have somewhere to be dropped?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a nearby planetoid that is rogue from system that I can be left on, and I can get pickup from there.
And you will vanish.
I will return to my loyal service toward the Imperial Honor Guard and the Federation.
Fair enough. I don't need to know exact sort of specifics because
I'm just gonna sit on the floor if you don't mind. He kind of slumps. Oh. My head feels
just-
very warm.
I guess pad type or internal communications type those coordinates out to the pilot.
Well, we don't have warp though.
We don't have warp, no.
Well, he gives coordinates of a planetoid that seems to be close by. If he was doing it by EVA with the little microjets, it would have taken days, if not weeks, to get there. But you have impulse drives.
Plus, we can start heading that way, and we've got a friendly ship in the region that has a sensor boat, so...
What? Ping, hey, come back, dickheads, pick us up.
So you guys are taking off from the Norwest.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. New scene.
I mean, you got to appreciate his hustle. He fakes his death, straps himself to the outside of a shuttle, and is packing a micro grenade.
Oh yeah.
It's probably the while in the back going, okay, whatever the hell you're using to fake your death, I need to know what that is for reasons.
So this is where Penn got it from.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Takes after the grandfather. Warper turns around. Well, they're not catching us in this. They don't have that. The Hermes class isn't fast enough to keep up with our upgrades. Although I imagine she's gonna be rather miffed with you. That said, we did get the device and the agent.
You do realise we also could have just took all of them and the shuttle with us?
I have a responsibility to agents. I helped as best I can, and I imagine your captain is going to affect his exit. Or, knowing the captain, she is going to be incredibly upset and is going to speed their exit to the nearest shuttle, which I presume they came in a shuttle. If not, she will give them one, if only to get them out of her hair.
Well, with it being Grennan, he's probably just been kicked off the ship, so we're going to have to turn around and pick him up.
Sensors, keep an eye out for a Galileo class once it approaches into range. And that they nod before he completes the sentence. My chair.
Oh, getting comfy.
Buy your own starship. Sits down.
You know,
He's got his own.
I literally made my own starship.
Well, it's Starfleet starship. It's not your starship.
I mean, I designed it. It's my ship.
Well, I won't tell the Admiralty if you don't. He grins like, obviously, what's he gonna do?
But yeah, hopefully, as soon as we collect the other group of time-jumping miscreants, we can go back and hopefully nothing's gone too out of whack.
Captain, we see a Galileo class. It just landed on a planetoid. Huh. Planetoid. Walks over. Why would they be stopping on a rogue planet?
You know,
And
we
they're
do both
lifting
have
off.
Midnight Watch badges.
He taps at his badge and he reaches out to Varder. Varder, what are you doing over there? I presume that's you on the rogue planet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're here.
That's my
Preservation
ship
of
out
the
here.
timeline?
Huh?
Preservation of the timeline. We think, we
Okay.
hope.
All right. Are you safe for pickup?
Once we take off again, yes, we should be.
Go to these coordinates. We'll be outside of the Norwest sensor envelope. We'll pick you up from there.
Okay. That captain was pissed.
You get a sense of amusement, and you get an image briefly of him being a young officer and her being an old admiral yelling him out for pulling some intelligence stunt, and he's taking great joy at getting vengeance on her.
So this is just him being a petty little bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, the only reason he took on this mission was so that he could punk her.
It was a great inspiration to doing it.
It's like, you know what? I'll handle this personally. Why? I don't have to, but it'll feel good if I do. Never liked her anyway. He says aloud when he sits down.
Yeah, out loud. It's a case of looking at him. Why you're exuding this like pettiness, and it's. Is there a reason for that?
Oh, I'm just enjoying being back in the past.
It's almost
Lots
a
of
level
old scores to
pettiness.
settle. But we can't stay back here forever. I think the temporal fleet will get upset with us if we stay back here too long. I can confirm that that ship is indeed your captain and crew. So we simply have to grab them.
Yay! Let's do that and get the hell out of here.
On the plus side, this will be the second time we've done a time jump.
Oh, hopefully your guys shouldn't be as nervous then.
Yeah, they shouldn't. Someone just kind of. And then he kind of holds up a pad and shows that he's already done the calculations. All they have to do is enter it into the computer. Like he's already done this before. Like hell, I see a veteran officer's gonna let some newbie fly him around a star at warp speed.
Yeah, let me just figure it out by eyeballing it.
Yeah, it's like no, here's the math. Just put it in. Don't enter it in wrong. And you can see he's monitoring what they're doing on his chair. Just to be sure. New scene as you're able to effect your escape. On the Maxwell plank. Last or second to last scene, just so you're all aware. Captain, says Dorja as you're beamed onto the pad.
Commander.
We just saw your signal inside a facility and beamed you out.
Good.
You all right?
More or less, yes.
Well, thankfully I was able to buy time from Pend, although he's gone on some sort of mission or another, as typical. You've been missing for several days, Captain. We were we're less than 24 hours away from being required to return to base due to loss of commanding officer. So, whatever you're doing down there, I apologize for interrupting, but officially I needed you aboard this ship and checked to be well.
Understood.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Let's discuss that in my ready room.
He nods. Good work, Chief, he says to the transporter. Cut up to the bridge. You probably come straight from the private elevator. You don't even have to cross through the bridge. So, Captain?
It was who I suspected it would be. And I have some Just kind of pauses and grimaces a little bit. I'm burdened now with some uncomfortable information that, unfortunately, I won't be able to share with everyone. And she moves over and, clicks on security and picks up the pad that had the in case of like disappearance stuff and locks it out.
Okay. Yeah.
Commander, I've learned of a threat to the Federation. And while I don't know precisely how to address it yet, I'll need to begin taking steps. I'll be consulting with some of the other senior staff.
In the squadron,
For
you mean?
now, yes. For now, what I'll say is there's a significant ethical deviation in a potential future of the Federation. Relating to our own very government apparently legalizing a form of slavery.
You must be talking about the a mirror universe, one of the other quantum realities. I can't imagine.
I would have
Well,
thought so, but I reviewed the data myself.
so you have knowledge of the future, Captain?
In a limited sense, yes.
He rubs the spot in the most forehead where his rising emblem kind of
Mm-hmm.
does a brief breathing exercise, walks away. Okay. Turns around. All right. Well, protocol demands that I ask if you intend to report this to the Department of Temporal Investigations.
Myth isn't hesitating. I'm hesitating right now.
Because for Myth, there's a lot of calculations that can happen in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I think unfortunately, from what we've seen, Doja is pretty by the books.
Mm-hmm. Can I get a read on Dorja?
Sure.
Here?
Insight plus command, difficulty of 2.
Okay. I want to basically, like, figure out how much we're dancing around protocol or how much we might be on the same page about the, like, morality of the Federation is one of its most important things. Just to be clear what I'm asking for.
Okay.
Insight command. I am going to spend a threat here for an extra die. And... yeah, because I don't have a focus. Rolled strong. Right sheet. Wrong name. But I got it.
Getting a feel for Dorja, and also what you know of his file. You kind of go over profile you have, because emotional cues on Ryzians can be deceptive. Like he's being very open, and as long as he isn't threatening with violence, a Ryzian can be very persuasive, very trust-inducing.
Yeah.
And you know Dorja, given a chance to talk at length, can baffle people with his scientific knowledge. He's not as good as it as you are, but sometimes he can do that.
Yeah.
From time to time. So the fact that he's not saying a lot means he's not actively trying to deceive you. But you also know that he's a sort who is. He's not cautious of you. He's cautious of Grennan. Grennan's the person he doesn't trust. In particular, he is a man of peace, to the point of being a pacifist, and that he is a Starfleet officer for the sake of exploring the stars, and believes anything else is a waste of Starfleet's time. It's running counter to its mission. So long as you're not countering those tenets of his personality, he's probably not going to fight you on this. But he is adhering to protocol because you get the feeling it's his Ryzian way of making sure he's not losing the android in subtlety.
Yeah.
Because androids can, other than most synthetic life forms, have a hard time with that sort of subtlety. You and Data are the exception to that rule.
Yeah.
But that for him, that took a lot of experience, and for you, took activating another part of your brain. You know what I mean? So it's extraordinary being able to read cues like that. But he doesn't know that. He's not. He knows. But you know, Ryzians will also be very argumentative. The Pignos people. I can't remember what they're called.
Tellarites.
Tellarites. Thank you.
Yep.
I wanted to call them Tholians. I'm like, that's not right.
Yeah.
But you know, he'll be insulting to a Tellarite because that's how Tellarites generally react. Well, he'll be honorable around an Andorian. You know, it's just the way he is as a Ryzian. He tries to adapt to the person in front of him. So that's the read I can shoot at you.
All right.
He's not so much a stickler to the rules. He's just trying to stay in the same coloring book as you are.
I'm afraid right now, Commander, I don't know where the genesis for this possible future comes from. So there are very few people who I will be willing to trust with this information. I don't want to see Starfleet or the Federation become despots.
My duty as your executive officer is to aid you in the carryment of your orders and the safety of the crew and the ship. So if you're not endangering those things, you're the captain. Your word is law here. Within the bounds of Federation law, obviously.
Of course. I appreciate your trust, Commander.
If you tell anyone, I would keep your counsel away from your fleet captain. He is a creature of starbases and is happy to wage war if his government demands it of him. as we've seen with the Dusk Machine and the Qua Principality. So if you're worried
Well, I
about
may not.
despotism, it can come. It doesn't have to come in an iron fist and Klingon batleth. It can come with the smile of a human.
I concur, if not for the precise same reasons. I may seek your counsel further. However, for now, let's prepare for departure.
Gone to the bridge. Sorry, bridge to the captain.
Myth will punch a key to end the security field and respond. Captain here.
We have a communique from Deep Space Arcania, Lieutenant Commander Dr. Efrix.
Very well. Put her through to me in my ready room.
I'll get the ship underway, Captain. Destination?
DSC.
Aye, Captain.
Prepare to depart in 30 minutes.
30 minutes, aye. You can hear, and as he steps out, you can already hear him calling up to get the ship underway. And then you see a standby light on your console waiting for you letting you know that they've funneled it to your computer. You just have to pick up the phone, as it were.
And I'll sit down and pull that up.
I'm clicking on everything but what I need.
I
You're
feel
going to
that.
talk to Captain Barter for some reason. No.
Again? All right.
Boop.
Doctor.
Myth. Are you well?
Myth hesitates, visibly.
Mm-hmm.
Not entirely, Doctor.
Oops.
I was worried about that.
I
The
will.
reports had you acting out of character.
I assure you it was strictly necessary at the time.
I believe you.
I can speak in more detail once I return to DSE.
Oh, you're on your way back.
Yes, I have just returned to the Maxwell Planck, and we are currently plotting course back to Arcania.
Oh, good. I was supposed to ask you to come back, but I guess I don't have to.
Of course. Was
Don't
there
know how
anything
much you've
further?
heard, but we're stretched a little thin here, and
I have been out of
the
contact for a
backup.
few days. Is the Achilles no longer on station?
The Achilles is off too, right?
Yeah, it's on peacekeeping operations.
Yeah. The Achilles is doing peacekeeping rounds.
I see.
Kismet is gone, and Pind has taken a mission off station as well. So,
Understandable why you and the commander would wish for me to return to DSC then.
yeah. Not to rush you.
We will make all due haste.
Look forward to seeing you.
Of course, Doctor.
Hey, Myth, whatever it is, we'll figure it out.
I certainly hope so.
Efrix does not like the fact that she can't hug Myth right now.
Well, Doctor, I have a few preparations to make before we depart the system. I'll see you shortly.
Very well, Captain. Or Commander, sorry.
Someone's
Been
looking for a
told either is
transfer.
appropriate. Depending on the situation,
Yeah,
Starfleet rank structure can be peculiar at times.
I mean, technically, if I was aboard her ship, she would be captain to me.
Yep, that's
So.
true.
Yeah.
Not incorrect. See you soon. Be careful.
I will attempt to. The least comforting thing to hear.
Yeah.
And while the ship is readying for departure, Myth is going to head down to the transporter room and try and get a lock onto the android parts and the positronic brain.
Captain, says the transporter chief.
Minor matter of potential retrieval from the planet-side installation. If I may, crewman.
Oh, he steps aside.
Sure, Myth can build a bear, but Pen can't have a relationship.
Just transfer over to DS-17. It's fine.
Yeah.
No, I won't have a ship then.
So the crewman just kind of stands there, kind of hovering near the.
Yep. Difficulty.
Doing it from the transporter room. You're taking it to. You're beaming it straight to the pad, right? Or are you beaming it somewhere else?
Well, first I want to know what the difficulty is to beam to the pad, because I know it'll be +1 if I go somewhere else.
Okay, so the target you're going for is not on a pad. You're beaming to a pad, and spheric interference. So you're currently looking at. Difficulty 4.
4. Alright, so it'd be diff 5 if I wanted to beam it somewhere else on the ship. Then.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I think I can manage that. I'll beam directly to like a basically a cargo area that's not frequented currently.
For determination spend or 2 momentum, you would be able to make sure that it was a prearranged secure area. Like you, as you beamed, you'd be able to say, "Hey, captain's orders that this place is classified."
All right. Yeah, I'll give you 2 threat for that.
Okay.
And let's see. Reason engineering. Spending a determination here towards the value. Sentience is a gift. Never squander it. It must be preserved and advanced.
Yep.
All right, and then I am spending 2 threat for a 3rd die with a focus. Nope, don't have a focus. Actually, wait, hold on. I'm going to see if that works. Would I be able to use either artificial intelligence or xenotechnology as a focus here? Potentially?
Say again, sorry?
Artificial intelligence or xenotechnology?
I would have to say no in this case.
Okay, Yeah, I didn't think so. They were both kind of stretches. But... Right, rolling 3. One from reason. Let's do. That's 5 on the dot.
Plus sensors engineering.
Yep, thank you. I am slightly out of it. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. There we go. Another one.
You're able to successfully beam the chosen items into a secure part of the cargo bay that is locked under your command codes only.
All right. Can't think of something off the top of my head right now, but can I also give the transporter chief like an explanation that isn't just it's need to know. That's just like, this is a whatever thing that won't spike too much attention.
I've beamed up some materials I'll have a look at in private.
Present security difficulty 2. Trying to deceive your crewmen.
I'm gonna get so many negative dings.
You're gonna get a shit ton.
It's fine. It's fine. All right. Present security. I'll spend that momentum for a third die. I definitely don't have a focus for this. Wonderful. I can use one of the medals I have to quash that. The Medal of Honor. I have 2 of those. So get 2 bonus and then quash it.
You kind of make a just offhand commentary on testing the transporters for yourself and seeing how hard it was for your own intellectual curiosity. And the chief kind of their eyes kind of glaze a bit after a bit until you realize, oh wait, he stopped caring after the second thing you said.
Yeah.
But he's trying to be polite because you outrank him, and he can't really tell you to stop talking.
Yeah. Generally on this ship, Myth likes to explain what she's doing to people, or
Whereas you're
it's
kind of
a
you're not
fairly
even
transparent.
yeah. Whereas you're explaining stuff that's like almost like baffling science. It's like, huh? You're doing the what now? I lost you. Sorry. But I'm not gonna tell the captain to shut it because that's how you get demoted to cleaning the warp manifolds.
Yep.
That's how you become a sanitation engineer.
Yeah.
So once that's out of the way, thank you, Kermit, and depart.
And actually, I'm gonna spend 10 threat. You are able to get back to really rapidly to DSE.
I don't like the 10 threat spend.
Hi, I'm
Hey,
right
Doctor, I
here now.
imagine you probably come by the when Myths come back aboard. You want to say hi to her. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because Red's gonna go down and say hi because hasn't seen her for a week and has a lot to fill her in on. A bunch of stuff happened.
Oh, yeah, she'll be there. Hi.
Trust you. Will
I had the
the
microphone
doc-
muted for a second. I was like, oh, whoops.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Unless there's some new medical emergency for me.
Nothing new, no. And nothing that concerns a CMO. You have personnel for stuff like that. So the 3 of you start to gather up and say your pleasantries, and start exchanging some information about what's going on. And, as you're all chatting away, where the bloody... Hold on. My timing would be a lot better if these things weren't hidden. Sorry, bear with me a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Dude, I actually can't wait to see how many negative dings you get.
Oh, it's gonna be so many.
I think a few of us are going to have at least one for this episode.
I think I'm getting at least 4.
Yeah,
Just Myth, you just roll all ones.
Even that might not, honestly,
Oh.
work. Oh, hello.
Oh, hey.
it's the cat man. No, it's skibby dibby dibby dabba dub.
You see a Cation captain with two rather sizable security details behind him.
Mm.
He stops a little ways and kind of holds up his paw to the security people behind him who are in body armor. They're kind of casually holding them, like they're escorting him, like they're protecting him more than anything. But he seems unconcerned.
Captain Athaton, I believe we indirectly communicated previously.
Yes. I have a bit of formality, unfortunately. Commander Wright, Commander Myth, Lieutenant Sarissa, Lieutenant Commander Efrix, you're all under arrest under the charge of conspiracy to commit murder against a Federation citizen. Would you please follow these officers?
Again?
Wait, which Federation citizen?
Mao Mao, a corporate officer and commerce ambassador for the Federation.
I imagine that is very much a who for Sarissa.
Yeah, Sarissa doesn't know who the hell that is.
Like,
I'm not even like I know I know the character I know. I'm not sure Efrix actually knows who that is.
nope, that's an intelligence assault by barter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone who actually knows is not here.
Yeah.
Like who?
You know, Myth will look around, see everyone else doesn't know, be confused.
Who?
Of course, Captain. We'll cooperate.
If you hand over your phasers and your comm badges and try not to make any loud boo noises. They seem to be touchy for some reason. He glances over at them and they kind of look like, wait, we're just doing our job. But he seems annoyed that they're here. Like he feels like he doesn't need their help, but it's almost like he's been ordered to use them.
When did you get here, Captain?
I got a ride aboard the Argo.
Huh.
And for your information, not that it's classified or anything, he looks up at the security people as if warning them not to yell at him. We're also affecting the arrest of the rest of the senior staff. So I would advise you to secure an advocate, and I'll ensure that the files are sent to you with all due speed. We'll be escorting you back to Starbase Aegis in short order.
Doesn't
Do you have people to help take over the station? Like we can't just leave it.
Admiral Haggard will be taking command and supplementing the station with the Argo for the time being. With your permission, Commander Myth, I would like to borrow the use of the Maxwell Plank. Though you are under arrest, I would rather your crew cooperate with your transportation. And frankly, the sooner we get you back, the sooner you can get see justice done. Because I read the file, and although I am effecting this arrest, I believe that this is a waste of your time and mine.
I've never
Understood.
heard of this Mao Mao.
I
will
know.
Sounds
inform
like
the
very-
plank to cooperate fully.
The security officers kind of give the captain a look. And he just stares back at them, and they just keep on walking and start asking for people's comm badges and phasers.
Yeah, sure. I don't have a patient in critical condition
in stasis? Sure, here you go.
Right stares at the guy, hands over the phaser.
Or, ongoing investigations. But how?
Right does not surrender her blade, though. And the scary guy just stares at her.
If you read anyone here's files before supposed to come arrest us, she doesn't, Also, you have phasers. It's one Andorian. If you think that
you
is
can-
much of threat.
Presence plus security.
Sorsa being like, you can deal with this, goddamn.
And
You
actually,
are-
because you know how right is that it's a ceremonial thing why she's wearing it. Not she isn't actively going to use it. She doesn't have to.
She technically can, sure. Anyone
Yeah.
technically can. Persuasion.
Just keep thinking back to the
Focus.
time Pitt threw a sword through a guy's head.
Persuasion focus or a hand-to-hand combat focus. GM?
Say again.
Persuasion focus or a hand-to-hand combat focus for it. There's 10 of you and one of her.
Persuasion focus. There may be one of her, but she's taller than most of them, and they know on her file she's trained in its use.
Well, it's security, so bold security. Disarming nature talent.
Yep.
Go away. This is my Andorian. That was a diff 1.
Fluffy tail.
On the honor of my family, my blade will not be used to effect my escape. It would only be used in defense of Starfleet and the Federation. Satisfied? One of the other guys goes, we need to get going. As Athan's just staring at them. He doesn't say anything. He's just giving them the glare of hurry the hell up.
Weird. And she's just gonna look at that and like, they sent you to arrest me? Isn't there, like, having been under your command recently, that is a thing they shouldn't be doing?
A certain Captain Joan was going to be coming, but I decided that a more distant officer to the scene would be appropriate. Joan is very familiar with the rest of Tiger Squadron, whereas I am not.
Oh. I suppose having 2 captains to arrest people in 2 groups would be weird.
Well, that's what Joan doing over there, so.
Oh.
Give Nea that, she's efficient. And then one of the security team walks over to Myth. Comm badge, phaser, please, Commander.
Of course.
They look like they're about to ask something else. And then Athaton just speaks up. All right, let's get back to the plank. We don't have all day. Yeah, Captain, but what? She's going to attack us with a tricorder. I don't think it's security requirement to remove tricorders from officers. No, Captain. Good. So he gestures. Commanders, Doctor, Lieutenant, if you would. And back to the Maxwell plank you go.
Does Sarissa count as senior staff? She's not the chief
for
security
plot
officer.
For plot reasons, yes.
I was sitting there thinking about that. I'm like, she's not senior staff. She's senior
I
staff.
guess she is